All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are live. You got a good CPI print, surprisingly. It came in lower. It eased a lot of stagflation fears. We did get the tariffs today, not as aggressive as yesterday, so that's part of it. And then now, I think we're going to get a lot of back and forth. So I said everybody on the watch list, be very careful. You might get I thought this was bullish or not. But point is, CPI ended up being good. I don't think that's all we're going to deal with today, but it already got us moving. Everybody's been looking for a little bit of relief. Let's see if this actually holds us up. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you are locked and loaded. But good morning, and thank you for being here. And now, what's your plays, baby? That's it. I'm going to go to the bathroom, but let's get some plays first. I got a couple for you. Obviously, Intel. And I can't remember the last time MPW got an upgrade. So that happened. Watch a couple of values, but value does not look to be the winner yet today. Capital One, Morgan Stanley. MX is an acquisition target. And then keeping an eye on K-Web. That being said, oh, look, they already got plays for me. Brah. Tesla puts, Intel call, watch this SPY Meta, Trump coin, cheap 328, DJT calls, like 316, Tesla call, Apple coin, shout out to the watch list, secure the deposit, Apple coin calls, close, Tesla, sell Nvidia, Axon calls, let's have a baby? Oh, let's have a good day, baby. I said, what? That's crazy. Apple calls, Elon agrees though, calls on Philo, JOUT, IMW, the Russell, MCSTR, MSTR, I'm tripping right now, long term, buy hims, watch log, Philo, Zim shares, and the final plays. Brrrah. Baba calls, Zim shares, Baba puts, long-term strangle, and calls on Josh. I throw my calls, I roll them over to calls on the veterans. Amen. Amen. So let's go, baby. Oh, I had something to tell you guys. Oh, I just blanked. Somebody said it. Oh, yeah. Oh, the likes. Are you ready? Yeah, you guys don't need to like the video anymore. You don't get anything. That's it. Everything will be on the videos or go buy the stream alerts. So now I could go market that to you. The era of likes for free shit might have ended. Nobody likes the likes, bro. So yeah, I just charge money for it now. I know, yeah, that's how you do it. So just you should get the stream alerts or get a membership, but there's nothing else. I can't offer you anything. That's it. It's a highly sensitive topic. But I do got to go to the bathroom. So God bless America. God bless the vets. Is there propaganda for your boy? Come on. No propaganda anywhere. No propaganda anywhere. Oh, let me see. Let me get you some uncle, bro. Where's uncle? Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. All right, there it is. All right, I'll be right back.
Some people don't even have dreams. You know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand.
Yo,
I ain't
tariffs.
mean the way I teach the big league.
Wow, I come back to tariff headlines. Canada said to prepare retaliatory tariffs on 30 billion of U.S. goods. That's great. So again, I don't think the market's going to take that negatively, believe it or not, because it's not that big. And then now you have gotten through the tit for tat. And if the tit for tat doesn't leave damage, then people might like it. So we'll see. Get ready. Round one. Fight. Jeez, that's Meta? Why is Meta up $20? Whoa. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that one. So that one's starting to move. Again, value is not as active. And again, we're not going down. So we'll see how that all factors into it. Some of those old NVIDIAs are coming back. They're still down. Let's see what we got. I'm shopping. Oh, why'd they do this, Habibi? Oh, come on. Yeah, and then, where are those spy calls from yesterday? Remember that free one we got? I forgot. Oh, that one's up 8%, though. So that one was up 200% earlier, so you still got one holding decent value, but it's not the same as yesterday. Again, IWM on the high. Dude, some of these spreads are wonky, bro. So, yeah, I'm trying to find some near the monies on a couple of plays, but, dude, even the near the money spreads are ridiculous. So, good morning, but a lot of spreads are wild. You're going to have to take a little bit of risk there, depending on what you want. Yeah, I think I'm going to wait. I have a couple that I want, but I think we're just going to ride out what we have, and then we'll see what the SPY gives us. Because I like it, but most of the premiums are gapped up right now. I'm going to try to hope that we get one of the morning sell-offs and it doesn't turn into a ultimate melt-up. But again, people are taking the CPI data good for now. So we'll see how that factors in. Those Nikes are still down. Again, old NVIDIA is coming back up. SPY plays are now back to 26. So, yeah, we already have one SPY. We're still positioned from yesterday. And then, again, you just got retaliatory tariffs out of Canada. I don't think it's that bad. Watch the bonds, too. We made one of those free. But, again, TLT, bond reaction is weird today to a low CPI. So, think about that. Intel, again, they're up 5 on the JV deal. Where's TSM and all of that? Who is the other one? MPW. So, MPW got its first upgrade, bro, in a while. Bro's up 5. Intel jumped because of the TSM thing. Pretty much all the chip companies are like coming together and they want to do a JV with your boy. NVO, yeah, NVO Roche bought obesity company. So Eli Lilly and NVO down. But again, let's see if we get to 60. Maybe our diamond comes sooner. Oh, what's that? NX. That was the one from yesterday. Remember, that was a random popper. Zivra, too. That one's up 5. So that one's actually kind of melting. They had good earnings yesterday. SMCI up 8. XPEV on the high. Watch oil and energy, too. Healthcare in the red. Staples are down a lot. So, again, unless the market flips, I don't think the staples are going to give us what we've been looking for. So it might be day 2 of fade the staples for now. Okay, there's Intel. Again, SPY's still melting up. You're up 1.2. SPY calls are still going. Yeah, these aren't going down in value, fucking scammers. Sorry. I'm speaking to myself. I don't want 100. NVO just popped. Believe in faith, baby. Good morning. You have trust issues with the market? No worries. Listen to that instinct. You know what I'm saying? I think being worried is a good thing at times. The thorn in the flesh, my brother. So don't, that's what I'm saying. Just control your balance, control your budget, or be more intentional. So honestly, I think you'll do a lot better having that worry rather than kind of blindly thinking that, everything is there. So again, you either skip it and be okay with missing it. That's kind of what I was saying about some of these plays here in the morning. But then you also go small, go light, and then wait till you feel a little bit more confident. But yeah, that is part of it. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of people's attitudes, you know, they're calling it a buyer strike. Yeah, I'm punting. I want plays right now. There's a couple I'm looking at, but every single one is already gapped up. XLF is down. So we're going to punt. I'm going to punt. Oh, those aren't bad. Micron up 7. SPY at VWAP. Again, I'm still in hunting mode. All right. I grabbed one, and I don't think anybody sees it. Like, I think it's one I called out in the morning, and I think it's the easiest play for now. China exports very aluminum to U.S., a.k.a. they say they don't care. Again, we've only been here for about 6 minutes. Kramer talking bad about UPS. Looking at MP Dubs. I sold those the other day. I like MPW a lot. The spreads are wide, though, unfortunately. Yeah, bro. Who the fuck is buying these? CVS on the high. MOD. There's Intel. And now Tesla. Actually, Tesla's up 8%. Jeez. That White House, baby. Say thank you for everything, baby. I appreciate you, man. You are a daily trader converting to long term. Let's go, baby. And remember, man, you could always do both. That's always been the thing, man. I encourage you guys to maximize the areas you can make money and just be wise. And, you know, the whole point of the long term is just make sure that you're not, you know, don't walk away with nothing. Make sure that the market gives you what you deserve by putting in that time. Yeah, Intel staying pinned. Now SPY finally moved down. Oh, I forgot. Where are our little SPY calls at? Those are the ones from yesterday. They went negative now. Again, they're still worth like $50. It's kind of crazy. Because I haven't even looked. I guess puts can be a play. I haven't really looked. I want to get a little higher because this is still just the... you know, this is still the gulag. I remember you still have this gap fill in play, so we'll see what happens. NVIDIA, oh, I still have that play. That one got clapped earlier. It's going break even. That was from last week. Yeah, NVIDIA is juicing. That's, again, after 7% is large, but... it is now in the green. So watch out, because usually once my plays go back after being red, this is usually like a sell-off point or it rips in doubles from here. I don't know if I would buy Tesla puts. I haven't even played Tesla. That's why I say that. I don't say that because I like or don't like it. It's just Tesla volatility. You kind of just let it do its thing sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, well, NVIDIA, we're back to green. I got one that's up there now. Airbnb under 120. I mean, right now it's going to kind of be a race to the bottom. Airbnb or NVO, and then we wait till we get more cash too. But I like it. I'm telling you, bro, Airbnb, even after you like actually using it, I kind of fell in love again, bro. I don't know how to describe it. All right, NVIDIA's going, bro. I can't even ghetto spread that shit, bro. It sucks. Tesla ripping again. Again, SPY at VWAP. NASDAQ is up 1.9. Intel starting to move, so it didn't do anything for the last 10 minutes. Usually it sells off by now. I'd watch that. Get ready to see if the premiums are terrible. That's the only problem I have with Intel. It's just that, you know, it gets so sticky. The spreads have tightened up a little bit on Intel, but yeah, this is the moment if it actually breaks. Staples catching a bid. So watch if we do flip, but just be careful. It's just not obvious today, but if they start to move up, it's either going to go with the market or it will inverse, but it's not like the other days where it's obvious. All right, IWM breaking down. It's up by 3/4. Believe it or not, the Dow is the worst here on the day. I believe China is still bad. K-Web, yeah, they're on the low. Ukraine foreign minister says Russian strike on Odessa port is attack on global food security. Check wheat. You're getting some negative Ukraine headline there. Intel breaking out now. So there it is. I gave you the last call. All aboard. I chose not to board the train. Oh, damn, they hit. I was looking at an option. Those just popped up 10%. And then SPY kind of flush. Bonds on the low. OPRX on the high. I feel like we saw that the other day. Oh, yeah. Where is Meta? That blew my mind this morning. That was up $20. Tesla's still running. Again, NVIDIA. Where's Apple? We haven't looked at that. Apple 0.27. Oh, that play got washed. I forgot about that one. Yeah, bro. Intel premiums are going now. So Intel premium, it held the 50% gap up in the morning. No sort of let it go on that. And then that little, 50-cent pop right there just gave you another 10 to 15 on the contracts that were already up 50. And then SPY going a little lower. So, again, you're still dancing around. Keep in mind where you were at. Like, this is still the first candle. So, like, technically, you're about 0.3 away on the SPY from where you were at when the data came out. So, I don't know. Like, you're still practically pinned for the last hour or so from pre-market. Now, that candle's getting a little bigger. Canada's coming down. Mexico up. So, you don't really have anything snitching right now. But 5623, 5642, I mean, that's literally a level. You fill the gap at 5569, so that's still like 60 points down. Intel still holding. Sale, is that ARC? And then SPY going lower. There's NVIDIA now. So literally, that play went green, and then now we're fading like I told you. Watch out for that. I'm a member now, baby. Bring the long time. Amen. Tesla 250 put. Oh, you're going for that in the money, baby? I like that. I like in the money. I like near the money on that. Good luck with that. I mean, it is up what? I can't believe the last couple days. Brazil Haddad says there's negotiating with U.S. government. SPY candle's bigger right there. Pay attention. Dow has gone red. So literally, VIX is coming back up. It's above 25 and below 30. That's not good. You said fade the moves that open. I didn't necessarily say fade the move, but I was talking about how today I said, like, kind of get over the CPI quick because I don't think that's why we're going to move today. I really think that we were going to, the way I'm summing it up by the end of the day, whatever the market does, I wouldn't be surprised if 100 Chads were like, I thought this was bullish. I thought this was bearish. And the market doing the exact opposite. Why? Because I think the CPI is a big event naturally, but the level of fear and volatility and uncertainty, I think it is more important, said simply. And that's what's kind of caused this dynamic. Bank of Canada, they raised rates, cut rates. 275, 7 rate cuts in a row. And then Venezuela Business Guild calls on U.S. Venezuela to resume negotiations. XP on the low. Whoa, what's this? Down 4. Check that. Looks kind of not popular, but XP, fat flush, 5% in one candle. It's either a short report or like an investigation. I have no idea. But watch out for that. SPY a little bit off the bottom. Again, Bank of Canada rate cuts coming in now. They cut by a quarter. So Canada's moving off of that. So that's kind of good for their currency. Again, whatever that XP is, I don't have a headline. I'll double check later, but yeah, that's you if you want it. What is it called? XP. Jean Carlos Batista. My man, what a name. I love your name. It's beautiful. Good morning. You know that? And all of you guys with cool names, you should be grateful, okay? Because nothing is better in life than having a cool name. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you. Jean Carlos Batista. That's crazy. He's a movie star. Eddie Chabla. Welcome, guys, and thank you. Bank of Canada says it will carefully assess timing and strength of downward and upward pressures, closely watching inflation expectations, and they are subject to unusually more uncertainty. You picked your own name and came up with Josh, though? I mean, listen, if you're going to try to come at me, I hope you don't get too offended. But it's not my fault you're too ignorant and can't understand the deepness of my name. That's not my fault. You know, do you know the story of Joshua? Do you know what happened about the circling and leading the people? Do you understand the history of Joshua? Do you not actually know what that name means? Do you know what Yeshua means? And that's what I'm saying. I don't think you'll understand it. It's not your fault. But yeah, I feel you. Not really, but yeah. So amen. Amen. It's biblical. They don't get it. They don't get it, bro. They don't get it. Now he has to sit there and process that. You see what I'm saying? All because now he has to process. I didn't ban him. I'm not banning him. Now he just has to process. Now he has to, wow. He took a shit on your name. I like your name. I like your name, Joshua. It's a good name. I'm big on name meanings. All right, bonds lower, SPY. VKTX on the high. Most obesity names are down. Could be because Roche acquired the other guy. So, yeah, watch out for that. DXCM on the high. Dexcom. They have a China link as well. That's diabetes. So, it's weird. Check NVO, Lilly. All these random diabetes, Ozempic-type beats are moving. I think that's something. I like Dexcom. I just don't know if this is a dead cat or not. Again, DWTX, we've seen that. SPY new low. So, unfortunately, we are now getting more into yesterday's range at the end. And now you have given up all CPI gains. So, within about 15 minutes, now the CPI price action doesn't exist. Hold on, bonds. Please hold. Can't ignore Canada because the rate cut, but bonds just took a fat candle. Meanwhile, we're dumping. I don't see anything, though. So, be on watch right now. Yeah, nothing's moving in currency land. Bonds, fat candle. Could be bigger. But yeah, you just flushed a little bit. Honestly, I think my voice sounds more exciting than the move. I've just been up for like 2 hours. Actually, I want to go get another carbo. I don't know if that'll help or hurt you, but yeah. It kind of filled the gap, I guess. I've been looking at it after. No. I was looking at extended hours. I don't think so. Either way, I hope you guys see within 15 minutes, you're kind of reminded, this volatility, bro, you're never out of the woods. I said that yesterday on the watch list. Once you enter real volatility, it takes a couple of months to get out of it. So, or you need like a decisively big set of data or info that materially changes the situation. So that's why I'm saying just when it's all said and done, no matter what happens, don't think you're out of the woods. A little bounce, little this, little that. Oh, no. It's all a lie. Oh, carbo on me. Dude. Thank you. You know, I'm like $5, but then I realize, dude, because I buy my carbos at Costco, and it's still expensive, bro. Bro, it blew my mind. I looked at the price. Do you guys know a case of Red Bulls costs $39? That's insanity to me. And then I realized, because then I went to a gas station, bro. Red Bull is $5 if you don't buy it in bulk. And even if you buy it in bulk, bro, I'm like, what? Dude, I'm like slowly turning into my mom, bro. I'm turning into a boomer. I hate this shit, bro. I remember Red Bull was $2.50, $2.49. That was expensive. Stupid. If I could blame them Donald Trump. Anyways, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Not really. I'm going to go get a carbo. I might go pee if I stand up and have to go pee. Well, we'll see. I'll be right back. I love you.
Government then
follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real cold news on Twitter.
It'll be fascinating to see when we finally get a deal done here. But Intel shares up about 5.5%. Jackie Davalos, great to see you. Coming up, one unit at JP Morgan churning out $100 billion worth of trades, offering hedge fund-like investing on the cheap. That's next in our Wall Street Beat. This is Bloomberg.
Markets never sleep, and neither does Interactive Brokers.
They did sleep during 2020, though, when they shut off the GameStop. Oh, bad timing? Okay, my bad. Red Bull is garbage. Sorry. It's okay. I'm not the founder of Red Bull. I don't take offense to that. Franklin files for Sol ETF with CBOE. Sol Bros. That's all you, bro. OPRX. Wheat stocks are moving. I noticed that my premiums, that old one, we bought like a 3-cent one. But yeah, weed's up 2.5. Bigger pop here. So again, you had that little flush towards the low. Bonds kind of led it. Again, no headlines yet. Holder Stewell. SEC delaying ETFs. All right, that pop is already faded, bro. That was real, too. Yeah, I don't think that was fake. What the hell? So, yeah, you literally just pop 5,610 to 526, 5,626, and then you're right back down. No headlines. Now Mexico's moving, though. Hold on. That's the first one. Nothing has made even a fucking inch today. The pound is dropping, and the euro, yeah, something might be happening now. I don't know if it's Canada, but all the currencies are starting to flip. Something is brewing, my friends. Russia likely to eventually agree to truce, but on their own terms. That's coming out now. I don't know if that's it. Could be. But yeah, something's brewing. Russia likely to agree to truce, but with their own terms. So you're getting a Russia piece. Remember, that's one of those subtle ones. That subtle Russia thing yesterday mixed in with Canada got us up. This one's a little harder to read. I don't know if it's negative or not. The currencies are taking it negative, but wait, Fed now seen resuming interest cuts in July versus June based on short-term interest. That's just Fed futures. So yeah, that's a subtle piece of news, but it's kind of hard there. But it's pretty much, it's kind of saying your boy Putin might be kind of walking back some of that piece of news from yesterday. So maybe it is negative. Yeah, we got the Canada retaliatory $30 billion. That was right at the bell. Oh, let's see, man. And where are we at? You're at 0.7. You were at almost at 1.5. Putin did speak on it yesterday. He said, or at least Russia did, they said they can't agree to anything until they know what was talked about, but generally they're down. Canada to put tariffs on steel. Yeah, that's getting reiterated again. Yeah, the VIX is still pushing. Again, like I'm saying, that headline does kind of sound negative either way. Like I was telling you right before it, the currencies and bonds are moving off of it. So you might be having something now. Honestly, all puts and calls are clapped right now. Some of the puts are up about 20% from the lows. but it's still, again, just very, very big premium crush. So literally puts and calls are in the red right now. Only body making money is the market maker. Unless you position properly right now. Yeah, bro, you're at the same prices as yesterday. So again, think about those like 560s and all that, you know? We're not out of the woods. But now, like, the premiums they're up from the low, but it's generally the same contracts we were looking at yesterday. Tesla coming down a lot. Yo, where's Mr. Marcus with that 250 call, baby? Good shit. It could be the gap fill. We're getting close there. No news. There's a couple of reiterations. Again, I think that Russia headline, very subtle, just slipped in there. German Saxony Premier, essential that Germany is found so that Germany can function, compromise. I don't know what they're saying. Just remember, I can already see it now. I thought this was bullish. It's fucking, dude, I'm telling you, man, the level of volatility you're in right now is wild. So, despite your CPI, we have already sold off now 1% from that high, give or take. DWTX. Well, like I said, it's not even bullish or bearish. I just didn't want you guys getting fooled. And like I said, just don't read so much into the data that you get biased off of a move in the morning when, you know, like I told you, everyone's just going to ignore it anyways. So, it'll come into play eventually, but at the same time, this is more still the momentum, the trade, and everything else. But yeah, it is over. What's next? And now, again, we're getting the back and forth. I think Russia, peace headlines. Otherwise, wait till Donald Trump. Well, I'm sure we'll get a reporter headline. Premiums just popped off of that on the puts. I don't like them. So, yeah, they're cheap. They're not expensive nominally, and they're all red. But you have to really identify, be intentional. What price do you think it's going to go to and why? So we're kind of waiting on that. Bitcoin dumped. Again, bonds dancing around Cuervo or CRVO. Didn't they have earnings the other day? That one's going up right now, 35%. MP Dub is still up. Where's that shit? I like how that's holding, but I don't know if the premiums. Remember, we flipped some nice ones. Our last play was up 600% on that. Yeah, the premiums won't come down, little scammers. NVIDIA back to 115. Well, yeah, they're kind of holding up. Again, watch Amazon, Apple, all the big caps. Amazon's down. Well, coming down, but still up 1. Apple is literally just hugging break even right now. SPY is green. Dow is red. NASDAQ in the green as well by a lot. And then Russell down a quarter. Canada. Oh, this is new. From he's just talking. Canada Finance Minister will impose additional 25 on 30 billion of imports, will do what must to protect, won't stand idly. So now he's talking. Canada guy is speaking now. The headline, the amount is old, if that makes any sense. So we knew 30 billion in the morning as a retaliation, 25, same level we are hitting them with. And then now financial minister is just discussing this. Low ticker gassing, but you got your little bounce. Again, watch the bonds. Just pay attention to one of the currencies here. Otherwise, I think this is just pure just meandering and momentum from the morning. Canada steel tariffs worth 12 billion, aluminum worth 3 billion, and additional US goods worth 14. Oh, that's crazy. So they're not even hitting the steel. They're retaliating on other goods. So I think that just highlights they don't have that much room to play this fucking game. But hey, good luck, Canada. I'm shopping. Okay, bonds are watch. Anytime you get a bond candle like that, pay attention. But currencies are doing better. So even Mexico right now, I think this is just a little more of the movement. So where are we? Where does this place us on yesterday? Almost at the gap, 558. You kind of already filled it right there. So see if you retest. Won't stand idly while steel and aluminum gets attacked by the U.S. Bonds running again. So again, he's talking. I don't think the stuff is there. The comments, I think that's kind of freaking people out. Do I think the trade war is stupid? I don't have enough data to make a real, honest answer about that. And that's why I think for now, I just think everyone's an idiot, mainly the news and the rich people, because they're all being overly dramatic, but I don't have enough info. Oh, Bradley Frizzle, that's what I know. Oh, my goodness. Hard. Are you kidding me? I'm buying a play now. I was already waiting, and now that's it. My last Peach play, I did it. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. I love you. God bless you. Peach Nation. All right, I'm going to try one. I did a small play. We'll see. Wait, is this? Don't tell me. Okay. Ooh. Good. All right. And then we're going to try one more. Canada new reciprocal begin Thursday at 12:01 p.m. Yeah, like I said, the bonds and currencies, I put that on the stream alert. They're saying one thing again. Be careful. I think you got to position a little bit more weirder today. I'm not going to lie to you. I just went both ways. I'm not going one way. I'm trying to identify one sweet spot. I think I found it on the puts, but I don't know what's going on with the calls. And then, like I'm saying, right now, currencies say everything's fine. Bonds are saying, fuck all this. And yeah. And then you're near the bottom now of one of the first candles in the morning, like the lower end. So it's a decent spot. WTO says European exports and imports much weaker than anticipated, while Asian exports and North American have exceeded expectations. Data was bullish. It's worth staying bullish. I feel you. I could agree with that, but I don't think it's about the data. That's my only problem. So if I agreed that today would be more data-driven, I would be 100% with you. But the fact that I think we could easily ignore today's data, I'm a little bit more hesitant towards any idea kind of following through. TSM running, I don't know. Check Intel. NVIDIA's dancing around. Bonds came down. Intel holding. I haven't made a play on that one. Yeah, no. All right. Okay, I got out of one of them. Now I'm only holding one direction, like a boy band. All right, TSM, watch any of the chips. Micron, you guys are calling that one out, 7%. That one's actually killing it. Killing it. I don't know. I kind of like Micron. I do like NVO for the long term. Yeah. I have sent stream alerts this morning. You should have got every single one. So send an email to where you signed up if you haven't. Oh, those Nikes are close. They've scammed me really bad on those Nikes, man. And then Intel. Value's not really running. Need a little bit more. Those SPYs just went up a little, but not enough. Premiums on Intel are still up. So, yeah, I'd like it, and then Dell now going. So, watch. Dell, TSM, Intel, NVIDIA's already up. See if we start getting that chip move. You signed up, so it might still. Either way, you could send an email if you want. Just make sure. Because, like I said, some people, dude, it gets put on within minutes. It just all depends on your phone service. Well, yeah, if you go to where you signed up on the Teachable, it says support or help, and then that'll make sure your email doesn't go to spam. That's why I say to message me through there. Currency, no, they're doing good. Currencies are doing great. Again, Mexico at the high there. Canada is kind of the weird one, but even the euro, they're all still down. But again, 10-point pop. If this doesn't hold, you're going to go right back down. Tesla's starting to move up too, so back to the 250. Tools and sports equipment and computers on new Canada tariff list. So I don't know, though. I don't know how Trump's going to take that. Because now they went from, instead of tariffing, retaliating on the same goods, they're going after other stuff. Don't give Trump ideas. All right, you only got 10% on anything to the upside off of that move, but it's already starting to fade. So let's see, GXO. Hockey gear, sorry. That's funny. Yeah, AMD, dude, all these chip companies are doing good. Chips, computers, they're generally having their moment right now. But if that fades, it's not good. Like the video? Oh, no, you're good, bro. Nobody needs to like the video. I'm not going to ask you for anything. Don't ask me for anything either. Nikki T tweet, putting it all together. The goods bucket is no longer providing disinflationary tailwind, but services. You're telling me Canada just tariffed hockey sticks? I mean, kind of, yes, in theory. That's funny. They literally did. Okay, back up to 10. Jeez. Okay, premiums are getting a little tweakier. That one's interesting. Intel down, other chip makers up. A-Rock. No, don't promote that shit in here, Keem. Take a lap. I like the maker of it. I don't like that product. Sketchy. So that's it. If you guys bring up anything except me in here, I'm banning you. That's it. You guys could go promote your other shit elsewhere. And I appreciate it, but thank you. I expect more from you. Abivi, that's your first value running now. Staples are still down. CRVO again, whatever that one is. I swear we saw that for another reason earlier. Yeah, Canada tariff on there. Again, we heard more of the financial minister. I don't know. You might be able to find a live video of him. He was just talking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, literally.
This needs to stop. This is hurtful for workers. This is hurtful for
industry.
It's
literally live right now.
For the competitiveness of North America.
The competitiveness, yeah.
Canadian steel and aluminum are essential for North America. And we live in a time, as my colleagues have said, that
Okay, I'm
where
going to go
you
pee.
see
Follow
a
me on
nexus
Instagram at the Trading
between
Fraternity.
economic security and national security. We need to preserve what we have achieved over generations. From energy to defense, to automotive, shipbuilding, and countless other sectors of our economy, Canadian steel and aluminum fuel North American supply chains. Actually, I was with the association representing aluminum. So one job in the United States, one job in Canada in the primary aluminum sector support 13 jobs in the United States. That's the ratio 1 to 13. This is how integrated we are when it comes to steel and aluminum in North America. But let's be clear. This is more than just about supply chains and big industry. This is about people. This is about our workers. This is about families and community all across this country and across the United States. They are the ones paying the price. This uncertainty is creating anxiety across North America, and we need to work together to stop that. Les secteurs de l'acier et de l'aluminium représentent plus de 150 000 travailleurs partout au Canada. Chaque jour, ces travailleurs aident à bâtir notre grand pays. C'est pourquoi aujourd'hui, devant ces tarifs injustifiés, on réplique avec des contre-mesures robustes, comme l'a indiqué mon collègue, le ministre Leblanc. Ces tarifs vont avoir un impact direct sur les différents secteurs de l'économie des deux côtés de la frontière. That's why today, we're hitting back against these unjustified U.S. tariffs. We're not alone in doing that, as Minister Joly said. The European Union has reacted. Our friends and allies in Japan have reacted.
Okay, you're coming
the
down.
World
Calls
is
are down.
reacting against these unjustified tariffs. But let me be clear. This is not something that we want to do. This is not something that we like to do. But it's something that, unfortunately, we are being forced to do in order to protect our way of living in this country and to protect North America. Make no mistake, today's decision by the U.S. will increase costs for consumers. Mr. Joly was right. When you're talking to our American friends, we need to make them clear. This is going to increase the price of construction. This is going to increase the price of car. This is going to increase the price in the defense industry. It will put thousands of jobs at risk.
So will your guys'
and I would
7
add
rate cuts.
Unnecessarily. And it will weaken North America's economic and national
forget
security.
about that.
My dear friends, whether you're in Canada or in the United States, we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty in North America. That cannot stand. That will make us less competitive. That's going to weaken us, and that's going to affect our economic security and ultimately our national security. Ce climat d'incertitude doit évidemment cesser. Et ce n'est pas seulement moi qui le dis, mais je vous invite à regarder les déclarations du PDG de Ford, du PDG d'Alcoa récemment, qui a parlé de chaos et de coûts à l'intérieur de différents secteurs de l'industrie. Demandez aux gouverneurs, aux maires, aux associations d'affaires au sud de la frontière, demandez à Wall Street. Regardez l'impact des marchés financiers. Les marchés ont parlé. Les tarifs vont faire mal à l'économie américaine. As we have always said, we will continue to stand up for Canada by supporting and
Okay, Ricky, Bobby. That was enough. I just had to go to the bathroom. So let's see. But yeah, I mean, everybody hit back already. UK. Remember, steel is small. And I said this on the watch list last night. You guys better get ready for it. April. So now you've had 2 little trial runs with how to deal with these tariff moves. April's the big one. That's the retaliatory one. And then it's going to do the same exact thing. You're going to go do that, and then right away, right as it's getting bad, they're going to be like, exemption. Look at that. Look at that. You submitted your application to Doge Treasury? Nice, bro. I hope you get it. That'd be awesome. NVIDIA dropping now. SPY is kind of holding. All the puts are cheaper there too now. So in a weird way, this is just killing the premium on both directions. Let me see if we could get a value. But yeah, they're not moving. I only see a few, but it is sadly, we're in the green. So even when you sell off, this will just be like deflating, but it's not necessarily risk off yet. But you do have Dow down and value is not running with it. All right, bonds a little bit. Let me check currencies. SPY coming down. Premiums are now getting a little higher on the puts. They were just a lot cheaper. Nothing else is moving. Again, currencies kind of chilling out, but now market bonds, they're all in that weird little move. And then you are near the low end of the CPI. Where is Tesla? Oh, I had on the bottom right, and then NVIDIA just had that flood. They're all green, bro. That's the crazy part. So bonds starting to climb. Intel starting to come down. All right, bigger candle, low ticker picking up. Puts are the same price I closed them out at. So I'm looking at it. Very interesting. We're already at 20 million on SPY? Really? It hasn't even been an hour. Yeah, that's a lot, actually. Jeez. Very interesting. But yeah, the volume is very, very high right now. All right, you're going lower. Pound is chilling. The Mexican peso came down in Canada, but now the euro, that's trying to go up. So let's see. I think we just got to work it out. The premiums in Baba, Poland says they're keeping rates steady. Bond, a little bit more vertical. Bonds are at open, though. So that's the crazy part. SPY's or NASDAQ's the one kind of moving a little bit more. SPY's giving up just under 1%. But then that's what I'm saying. No matter what's happened here, the bonds are still chilling. You are below 6,000. So just get ready because once you go below 6,000, I mean, it starts moving like 20 points at a time. Do I have any apartments available for rent in Cali? I have a short-term rental, but no long-term rentals. They're all occupied. Okay, NVIDIA on the low, Unity on the low, MSTR, everything starting to flush a little bit harder. So yalla, habibi, yalla. And then there's financials. They're barely down. Very interesting. And then bonds, they're still doing that. All right, dude, currencies. I think that'll probably give us an answer today. But look, yen's breaking out. That one's not the one to follow as much. Again, pound and euro. Canada's the one going down now. At first, Canada ran up, and then everyone else. But bond's still going up. Long-term alert. I haven't sent one. I haven't bought anything. I have not bought anything since NVO in January. Okay, I don't know. Bonds and then this SPY. This is exactly what it did 20 minutes ago. So you got to you need to work your way out of this awkwardness. They either got to match up or they got to do the opposite. You're giving me an alert. Oh, Microsoft? That's all you, brother. That's all you. So I think it's a great company, but that is nowhere near my strategy. I would never buy a name that is this high up right now. It is down on the year, but if you want that, that's all you. But that is nowhere near anything that I have talked about. So good luck. But it's a very good name. It's all just very, very expensive. I say yellow like a authentic Arab. I'm Middle Eastern, right? I don't know if you're aware of that. But yeah. And then there's the video off the bottom. SPY doing it. CRVO, I had that up, whatever that thing is. UAL dying. So again, they had the, what's it called? That bad guidance and then the CPI with that going down. Then Tesla got a little pop. I mean, TLT doesn't have to die, but I mean, as of late, it ran up as we were dropping. TLT ran up. So the assumption that if we run up, maybe TLT goes down, that would make sense, but it doesn't have to. That's at least how I'm viewing it. Do I believe in deflation? I mean, yeah, it's a concept that's real, but I never really try to predict it. But I am hard landing all of that. None of my views have changed. We've talked about it a lot. Yeah, target 52-week low. Wow. So now we could talk about it. Canada minister to visit Washington this week to speak with Trump, aiming to get relief from U.S. tariffs. You have opportunity to buy a cash house, but you'd have to sell your long term. Well, if it's a good deal, I think that's an easy decision. I've never hesitated to buy a house if it was a good deal. But if you don't have to pay off the house, then, I mean, why not use a loan? So unless you're forced to buy it in cash, I don't know why you would have to, but either way, it all depends on the deal of the property. If it's a good property, I would do it. If it's a at the market property with nothing other than it being a house, I wouldn't do it. If it's a good deal, I'll always sell everything for a good deal. I don't give a fuck what it is. But it would have to be a really good deal. Do I get off-market Cali deals for under 1.2 million? Yeah, dude, all the time. I have a multi-unit right now in San Diego. I'm wholesaling it. I gave it to Lending Tips. He's going to be doing that. But it's I have a 3 or a 6 unit. 6 unit, kind of in the hood, but 1.5 million, or I think 1.6. So it's a little bit up there, but I'm off 5 more units. And then it comps out at like 2 something if you renovate it. But yeah, I have LA too, but not LA kind of shit. But yeah, I do have a couple. Canada Finance Minister, early review of USMCA, not on Canada's agenda for meeting. That's bearish. Says EU has rejected U.S. efforts to deal with global excess steel and aluminum capacity statement. The first one hit, him meeting is good. The other one sounded bearish about not discussing USMCA. Okay, SPY going, dude, calls got washed. So yeah, bro, calls are down 40% from literally the other dip buy. That's actually insane. So yeah, be very careful. Very, very careful today. Well, even then, it might be a little better, but they just cleaned out premiums. That's actually, there's still too much hangover from last night. That run up yesterday. You guys remember, again, we were up a couple 100% on them. Yeah, Canada's going down now and Mexico going up. 5589, you fill the gap in another 10, 15 points. Euro and pound. Pound is slipping now. So that was the last one holding. But let me see, dude. The put didn't go up either, though. So, dude, that's crazy. The put is at the same price I got out of it. And then they got the calls down 50. But watch out, though. I don't like the pound going down. But either way, today, I think CPI is CPI in the excess of yesterday. I mean, you don't got any real development yet, and now you're kind of meandering, but premiums are moving more than the stocks. I mean, so 1%, yesterday's 1% moves didn't cause these percentage drops. Target, yeah, like I was saying, that does look decent. If you don't have that many staples or big box stores in your portfolio, this is a good price to consider it now. Or at least if it starts really going lower, That could get really interesting. Apple flushing. You're going to say that your long term's up, but premiums are dragging down your account? Oh, my goodness. Shame on you. Because that's telling you why the fuck is your long term have any premiums in it. That's not a long term. That's a recipe for disaster. So get your long term separate from options if you value your money. If not, if you don't value your money, then by all means continue what you're doing. Why rate cut odds haven't moved? They moved down a little bit today, but it's because everything is already moved a ton. That's the problem. The rate cut odds to go from 1 to 4 in 18 days is not normal. And that's why even today, again, I was telling you guys from last night to this morning, don't get bogged down by the CPI. Everybody's going to ignore it. Or it's going to confuse you more than help you. Jennifer, first day in the cup, baby. Well, welcome and thank you. And I hope you're doing good, and I hope that long term is ready for more. Oil exports via Caspian rose 24%. Again, SPY a little bit at the bottom. Oh, be careful. I did another one, but it's already jumping. Yeah, someone said Apple's selling off earlier. That's not going to be good. Apple's down by 0.8. What's going on? Let me get you a checkup. It's 10:30. Canada will fight for auto sector, will ensure U.S. abides by existing agreement. A team negotiating with U.S. officials is important to identify off-ramps for tariff threats. So again, that was a good comment yesterday about off-ramps. It's coming in again. It's new, but we'll see what they say. But bonds are doing it again. Be careful. Carson Block says still hard to bet against Elon. Look elsewhere. You're just back at 5,600. That's it. If this doesn't hold, be very, very careful. Canada, they said they were. That was the drama yesterday that led to it. The long-term list. So, my brother, you've asked every single day. It hasn't changed in 5 years, man. So, you could get free long-term alerts. They may not be free in the future, so do that now. But you go to this channel, and then you go to posts, and then it's there. It's always been there, you guys. So there it is, and we had another video. So you should know what to buy. It's on the trading fraternity. There's a way to go about it. I explain it. So if it's up, I don't want it anymore. I think you could get margin on a Roth. Canada, none of Canada's responses to tariffs should be a surprise to the administration. I'm out of that last. Honestly, bro, I'd stay away from the premiums today. It's a fucking trap. None of them are hitting. Oil popping. Cushing crude minus 1.22 versus 1.12. Oil 1.4 million versus estimate of 2 million. Not bad. No, I mean, again, I'm seeing good entries, and I'll get them, and then the premiums go up for a little bit, but then it just comes right back down, and then I watch them get crushed and then pop up a lot more, but it's just there's too much hangover. It's not working. That's what I'm saying. I have one today. I'm down on those. I'll hold those, but I don't think I'm going to wait a couple hours. I don't think we're going to get I need more headline or more premium crush, either or. So if nothing happens, give me a cheap price, but otherwise give me an event and we'll pick up on it. CPI day, baby. But watch, I wouldn't be surprised. I might think you might get a big move by like middle of the day, but it's going to be hard to hit on the premium. Like I'm saying, unexpectedly, randomly, whether it's in 1 or 5 hours. Let's see for, a CPI reaction, but for now, yeah, it's high risk, low reward right now. Nothing is hitting. Maybe bonds, but this time now, remember, bonds did not move up after yesterday. Maybe TLT, but I think I'm just going to chill. SMCI on the low. Again, individual news might be interesting, but yeah, we'll see. SMCI, bonds going up. I know Apple, you guys were calling that out. You were pretty early on it. Apple went from like break even to sell in. U.S. Trade Representative. EU tariffs completely disregard national security. U.S. trade tariffs says EU retaliatory tariffs indicate EU trade and economic policies are out of step with reality. So that's negative. U.S. Trade Representative kind of clapping back right now. And then bonds running up. Yeah, so that other put, the one that I had in the beginning, it went up now, but only by 10%. So let me put it here. A call right here is down 50%. And then a put is only up 10%. To give you an idea. So yeah, I don't like it. And volume is extremely high. There's Apple again. So yeah, you have a lot of price movement on little moves right now. So again, and they're both out of the money. Both of them are about the equal amount out of the money. They were fairly similar plays. Sold to Tesla, good hit, baby. Good hit. 244. It's really weird how some premiums are hitting. It's really weird that you have options in your long term. That's what's really weird. Nothing else is more weirder than that. So as a reminder for every Chad, no options in your long term. That's weirder than any premium or the market. I guarantee it. Today we might have to save our money. Well, we'll see. Just be on the lookout. Head on a swivel, because if we get the right, power headline, we're ready to go. But for now, I don't think you're not going to get any of these intraday flips off of this type of movement. I don't know when tariff news comes out. April, that's the next one. But as far as today, we're just getting retaliations here and there. Brent futures extend loss or extend gains. So 5582 gap is about to fill, and then you go to the 5560 or whatever, and then back to 5528. TLT is popping, still red. Remember, I did that in the morning. TLT was up a lot off of the data, but again, it's still all doing the opposite. None of this really makes sense in that context, but that's what I was telling you from the morning. It's none of this will from the CPI. I think that premium is just kind of getting in the way. Apple. I'm watching the puts too. Because, again, the next pop, you'll be able to double dip a put. But I'm watching the ones that I had. I had a sweet spot. But, again, they only went up 10%. Very odd. Not really. It's just a high premium for now. Well, it's everything. It's not just tariffs. It's uncertainty. You know, whether it's inflation, the economy, other countries. That's kind of the, you know, everything all kind of combined. That's why I'm saying, like, the VIX, the VIX is high, but not high enough to buy the dip. It's actually very awkward. Bitcoin really flushing. Let's see. Oil's really running. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Bitcoin down 1.5. It just took a $600 candle. Again, it was at the 70s, high 70s yesterday. We are lining up a lot of similarities to 2022, yeah. Okay, more bond highs. Okay, SPY going up, CRVO, whatever that is, bro. Things are running. Transport's down 1.3. Apple on the low. I still like some things. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's just, again, I think it's awkward because of the data. But now NASDAQ only up by 0.8. SPY might go red. You're only up by a quarter. Then you'll fill the gap. And then hopefully we get something. Canada foreign minister will speak to Rubio about issues including Ukraine ceasefire. All right, bigger flush here. Tesla on the low. You're getting more Canada headlines. I don't think that's why you're moving. But we had another one. Again, currency, everything's like subtly. It's like bonds first, currencies. They're going one at a time, but it's all just movement. I don't think it's a reaction. Well, you're about to go red. I mean, Dow's already down. Russell's about to flip. And then you are about to fill the gap here in the AM. No, value, that was from the morning. It's not in the game. That's what I'm saying. So we got to avoid that. I'm even just telling you avoid the SPY premiums right now. So kind of like Staples yesterday, but they're not there. We need something. We need a bigger move. We need a bigger currency move. Maybe a headline. But if not, if you make these little back and forths, I don't think there's money to be made. Maybe in the money. You're going to have to spend $200 for like maybe $400 for the in the money puts, but those went up 20. But yeah. Very, very interesting. You skipped your 7th ad since market open. I feel you, bro. I've seen like 7 comments complaining about ads. So I feel your pain. It's like I get an ad too about having ads. Does that make sense? It's kind of wild if you think about it. You guys are like, Josh, I'm taking you with me. If I get an ad, I'm gonna advertise to you about me getting an ad. China can't take over Northvolt project in Quebec, says industry minister. Puma? Something going on with Puma. And then D-Wave. TLT is not worth adding it to the long term. And I think you already know that. That's why you've heard my other comment. You're just hoping I change my mind. But no, TLT is terrible for the long term. Go buy a real bond if you want that in your long term. All right, still going lower. Bonds edging up. So this is what's going to happen. Eventually, this little inverse is going to break, and then they're going to match up probably. Because, again, the last couple days, SPYs go up, bonds go up, but this doesn't even make sense. Because SPY is green, bonds are red still. Are you guys following? So wait till we get one of these, like, it's going to kind of like snap a little bit, and then they're going to match up, and then I think we'll get out of this weird, CPI sell-off and then do our thing. Because that's still the odd part about all of this and, the last couple days. Canada minister, we're in discussion to see if we could find a solution with Northvolt, Quebec. All right, going lower again. Canada minister, latest tariffs are part of an earlier target government set for reciprocal levies. So Canada's now talking reciprocals. I don't know if they're going to like that. Bitcoin dropping, now oil, but gap is about to be filled. Russell is now red, and you are about 5 points away from going into the red on the SPY. All right. About the SPY puts. Good shit, man. Way to post that. Now the out the monies are running. So now you got 50%. That right there, that just set off all of the premiums on the downside. Now they're up 50 from the other earlier point. So they were only up about 10% here. Those 3 candles just gave you that 50%. So yeah, that little velocity burst is where you're going to get your move. But yeah, it's still, again, a little bit of friction. Canada reiterates everything on the table in responding to U.S. administration. Again, the Canada headlines sound all aggressive and shit, but I don't think this is it, bro. Look, nothing's moving off of it. This is just a weird CPI reaction, sadly. So, yeah, let's say, I wouldn't be fooled. You could get those headlines in right now, but I don't think that's why you're doing this reaction. Wait, I think we got wait till we fill the gap. That's it. Clear out all the CPI move. And then, yeah, again, I don't know if now's a good time to ask. I thought this was supposed to be bullish. But you were prepared, my friend. You're prepared. Microsoft holding. That's still in the green. Apple got worked after holding. You're going bearish? I have to ban you now, though, because I just went over your Chad facts, and you were just pumping a bunch of shit. Be like Gregory. So Gregory in the Twitch, look at that. He said sold 4 out of 5. I just congratulated him. Why? Because he posted these earlier in the day. So not only was he just like, all caps spamming the Chad, look at this. It's fire, bro. He said, I bought 5 spies at 65. So he told everybody. And then he's posting his play, no theatrics, none of that shit. You see what I'm saying? So I wish you the best of luck. Follow the rules, please. Otherwise, keep to yourself is the best way to stay alive. Amen. And good shit, Gregory. That was great. That's what I was saying. I like that. That's an example. That's beautiful. That will always be accepted here. Anything else is just bitch shit. They did. I know. That's why. I made one small play today. I mean, again, it cost me like $30, but I'm glad. And then I made another one, but that other play is kind of holding up. And I got time on my first one, but I only made one SPY play. I did a couple back and forths, and then I realized, I'm like, nah, we're not going to win today. I'm like, nah, that's not how they play in this. We need a little bit more. We need some real action. Otherwise, I'm fine waiting. How does one post the play? Just like that. I mean, I don't know if this is you, but like, I don't know why people make it like this isn't like I'm asking you to do something difficult. Like I said, Gregory, he just posted it. He said, I bought 5 SPY puts at 60 cents on this date. That's it. So I'm just saying, if you're going to come around here and be like, I made all this money. Oh my God, buy puts, like the play should be on what you said. Otherwise, it's just kind of weird. Italian foreign minister talking shit. Yeah, he says tariffs announced by U.S. could hurt Italian and EU economies with ripple effect. And don't email me either, okay? If you get banned, don't fucking email me. That's a good way to just block your email too. I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because you're like, oh, Josh, I didn't mean to. I know, bro. It's fine. Just make a new account. Be reborn. Don't take it personal. I've literally banned over 100,000 people. So, yeah, just move on. Start over and follow the rules. If not, move on. And I hope you find a community that has what you're looking for. Pony AI to scale up robo-taxi fleet profitability by 2029. That's a little older there. But, yeah. Bro is strict on the bans. I am, because I don't enjoy being around the wrong people. And I perform a lot better and everybody has a better time when we all vibe. So I like my little echo chamber. Call it whatever you want. But I think the vibes are way better to work and make money. Everything else is just weird. Big dump. No, the VIX is still red. We just sold off 1.2, 1.5 almost off the morning. But it's odd. The currencies, everything, again, look at the gap up. Your gap is now practically filled. Like, that's it. It's not really, and, you know, we're getting this back and forth, but I think we'll see what happens. So you would have 100,000 more subs? Yes, I would. I would also have millions of more dollars if I took all the sponsor money and didn't care about you guys. So there'd be a lot of things. And then a lot of other people would not have news, and there'd be so many things. So, yeah, either way, I don't care about that. I care about the right people and the right vibe and the right environment. So either be about it or I wish you the best of luck. Thank you. Yeah, chattitative tightening, full effect. Amen. Amen. Yeah, S&P, NASDAQ pair gains. So gap has been filled officially. It shows a little bit of green here, but Russell, Dow red, SPY right there. Gold moving up. And then NASDAQ still up by 3/4. So not bad. Not bad. Apple gap filled. NVIDIA pop. SPY coming down, though. I think Apple is kind of a bigger drag. See if Intel and TSM. Intel came down. So I'm glad because that now you should probably get a play, but it's still up 3. Always in it for the long term, baby. Amen. And that is what you need, bro. Amen. Exodus. Why the market's entirely red? Don't try to find an answer. That's the answer. The answer is cause volatility. I've been trying to say this from the morning. Because it's weird what we're in right now, and it's not weird like I don't understand it. It's weird because it's just like we're ignoring the data. The data is not that important. As weird as that may sound, it sounds unusual, but we already had evidence of it on the non-farms. The market, in the fear level, the VIX, all the narratives, people aren't reacting to, they're not reacting to data. They're reacting to their imagination and tariffs and fears and what's going to happen. So the CPI today just said nothing's going to happen, but people are like, no. People are, it still doesn't line up with the fear, but now we just got to move around a little bit, let it work its way out. But this is something where it's more about market moving inflows and outflows than it is about data right now. And that's why I think this is happening, and that's something I hope you were prepared for, but you know, it's still only been an hour and a half. So get ready. There will be more. So now, gap filled, SPY red, my brothers. There it is. No. How do I remove that? Yo, how do I exit this, bro? Oh, remove. Yeah. Okay, 557. So again, gap filled, bond still up. Until March 21.5. Way to post the play, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what the world needs. You know what I'm saying? That's what the world needs. Plays. Post the plays. Oh, yeah, Europe, we might chill after that, honestly. Great idea. You might be right. That's a great logic. It's like we talked about exactly what was going to happen on the watch list last night. Damn. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. My live long term, just go see the names and then like go on the channel. I explained this in the video, so I don't know. It's just I would go see what I paid and then follow that. Daily 563s. I like those. I just don't like the environment right now, and I don't like the premiums. I think that's a good price, though. It's actually a lot further from the money now, but it's decent. Okay, a lot of you guys are going in. Way to post the plays, though. I think some of y'all picking up on that. I like the QQQ. To be honest, last time we played the Qs, we did good. It's still in the green, though, too. I don't watch soccer, no. I only watch like fourth quarters of even like basketball games. All right, about to be 8. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Coat News on Twitter. BRB.
That's great news for Elon Musk. You have a guy with a, very large media platform. These clips were shown, over and over again on the news. People are watching them. It's the best kind of media you could ask for. On the other hand, not clear to me that Musk is getting a lot of new customers here, right? Musk is so deep in with Donald Trump. I'm not sure that the hardcore Trump supporters really needed to hear this, although it does, I think, make Elon Musk feel better, make him feel like, yes, the protests that I'm enduring, the sales declines that Tesla has gone through, maybe they're worth all the work I'm putting in. Mm-hmm. And I think that was at least part of it. Trump was trying to, do his advisor and friend now and financial backer a solid.
Can you put truck nuts on a Tesla?
I have no way to answer that. I do not know. I do want to bring this conversation to the stock price. We were talking to Steph Guild from Robinhood at the top of the 9 a.m. She said on the Robinhood platform, people and retail traders are buying the dip in Tesla stock, but then you hear from the likes of Carson Block of Muddy Waters saying that maybe Elon Musk is doing permanent damage to the Tesla brand, and the stock is down 40% year to date still.
Yeah, we should say the stock is up a bit this morning, but it's still below where it was, before the election. Musk has not, for all this proximity to power, for all the ways, and there are lots of ways we could talk about that he could benefit from this transaction. He has not benefited so far, and I think it's pretty clear, at least to date, that Trump is getting kind of the better end of this transaction, which of course that's the kind of thing that Trump.
I'm gonna read you a headlines and then I'm gonna give a reality check. Incoming Canada, Carney, we are ready to sit down with U.S. government with Trump to discuss tariffs and trade. Then Continental AG board approves decision for spinoff of future automotive groups. So yeah, maybe that again, new Canada PM comments, that could be subtle. Bonds are going down. All of y'all just posted a bunch of spy calls too, so I don't know. You tell me. Nah, bro, it's crazy. I'm serious. I need everybody. I was going off on Twitter about this yesterday. I'm sick of this shit. Hold on. Bank of Canada, Macklem asked about governor taking over as PM, says bank needs to steer clear of any comments linked to politics. Seriously, bro. Everyone's like, Elon in the White House. I am offended, bro. I am offended. by how many people are spinning the Elon thing and shitting on Elon and Donald Trump for having Teslas on the White House. Why? You want to know why? Because this is bullshit. You did the exact same thing with Joe Biden. However, this was after they issued an additional $4 trillion, or $2 trillion, I believe. And they used this whole EV shit to justify all of this government spending. And then your houses proceeded to double after this. Your house didn't double by this point, believe it or not. It was up maybe like 30%. And then it fucking doubled. And then I had to make a YouTube video saying all the YouTubers are lying to you. Real estate is not crashing. And then it doubled up. And the White House with Joe Biden brought these car companies, and it was way more of an advertisement. And at the time, this car was going for $150,000 above sticker. So he did not bring a consumer vehicle onto the White House. They brought a luxury vehicle, and they used this to sell it for more above sticker. And then you see this car, the Jeep, that's fucking owned by Europeans. That's Stellantis, bro. So I don't know what to tell you. And inflation was closer to 9% at this very moment. So go get mad at the Elon Tesla thing in the White House. Be my fucking guest. But some of y'all are so hypocritical, it's disgusting. And that's just ridiculous. You should have been again, your house is doubled from here. People got priced out of the market from here. Inflation was a record from here. This Apple appeal against UK government data in court on Friday. BBC coming out now. And then SPY going back lower. So, yeah, ridiculous. That's again, to have these conversations for Bloomberg, for you guys to go and bring people on and be like, oh, yeah, he's benefiting off sales and they brought this and blah. Well, what about Joe Biden? You ain't say shit about that. You all ain't say shit. In the economic situation was way worse and more detrimental to the average American at that point when you guys were reporting it. And y'all had no questions. Y'all had no friction. Y'all had no criticism at all. And it was pure support of a way, way worse decision. So, yeah, I'm not following. Yeah, you don't have to like Tesla or Trump. That's just more why I don't get the 50-50, and we're going to say one of them is promotional and the other one was way worse, and we just all ate it up and gobbled it up and paid double for houses. Huh? Stupid, bro. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, that's the shit I don't like, and that's why I keep saying we need a little bit more honest reporting and more honest narratives, and, yeah, bro, it's ridiculous. And now you're lower. So those little candidate comments, again, like I'm telling, this is why I'm not playing any of this shit. I'll tell you when I'm going to start playing again, but until we get a headline or until we get shaken out of this weird hangover, I'm not liking any of these moves at all. Gold is going up now, so it didn't really go up. It's barely up. You might have to wait till the NASDAQ goes red again, because now every other gap is filled, but yeah. Yeah, Hummer. You actually had Joe Biden driving the Hummer. At least Donald Trump did not drive around the Tesla. If you want any noticeable differences in the same exact thing. All right, big flush. VIX is on the high. Yeah, dude, this is ugly. So remember yesterday's video. Do you guys notice it? The VIX is above 25, but it's below 30. That's terrible. So this uncertainty is not dissipating, and it's not creating the buy the dip yet. You filled the gap on the VIX now, or at least the UVXY. It's a lot lower than yesterday, though. $30 hit on. Dude, I'm telling you, I had a good entry, a good price. We barely moved down, and within 20 minutes, I'm down 50%. And that's what I was saying. Even the put that I'm watching was a good put. It only went up 50 at max. So just be careful right now. That's all. It's okay. Take the loss. I took mine. I'm fine with it. I'm just saying, though, I'd rather take a small one now and save my money than, get chopped up all fucking day and give back all of what we did the last couple of days, So just don't force it. Like, as what I was telling you all last night, all this morning. Like I said, don't be biased by the data. Don't let it force you into this mood. Just be content. Be okay with it. The premiums have too much of a hangover. If you miss anything in this environment, I wouldn't get mad. I'm not. If we rip right now or sell off and I miss out 500%, I'm not going to be mad because this isn't what I'm looking for. This isn't what's made us money. You know what I'm saying? This is just now. If I miss it, it's not the setup we want. Who gives a fuck? But right now, I think the risk is higher than the reward because even though you're feeling a little better, you had good data, I don't think that's why we're moving, and it's adding too much pressure with the trade and all of that. So let it do what it needs to do. We'll know. You'll know it when you see it, but it's not here for now. I really don't think it is. Again, I took my play, and I learned that one quick. And that's exactly why we keep them small, baby. Because you could learn that fast without having to give up anything. Yeah, gold is running now. So let's take a look. Currencies aren't giving us shit. If anything, the pound and euro are good. Oh, dude, what? Yeah. I don't know, man. So get ready. Maybe by euro close, but yeah, something's not adding up, bro. It's a very weird day. So it's not that something's adding up. Somebody's going to match up. You get what I'm saying? You got a bunch of different leaders right now, from bonds to stocks to the currencies. We don't really know who's leading right now. So let the market figure that out, and we'll follow along. Yeah, you're flushing, but again, now the euro's ripping, gold is going up. The trade-related countries not moving, and then oil was up and then going down after the data, and then Bitcoin is just selling off. Oil's actually kind of holding. And then now you're back into yesterday. This is where you got like the peace comments. Well, let me get you a checkup. Let's see what this really is, because I don't even know. Some mega caps are still in the green. Microsoft connector for AWS. Once built, consolidate Microsoft Azure AWS cost data will be retired on March 31st. Okay, now the puts are breaking out. So now they went up 100%. Those are the ones I had in the morning. So now you're getting that run. Anything else, though, it's still, I'm not, and they're still down from yesterday. Mexican president declines to respond to metal tariffs. Will wait for April 2nd deadline after foreign steel supplies took effect. That's good. I think that's why Mexico's currency is staying stable. Yeah, look, they're not doing shit. They're the only ones up. But look at euro and pound, man. Macklem estimates neutral. So Dow Jones, 5 names green, 25 in the red. Literally, NVIDIA, Salesforce are the 2 big leaders on the Dow. So everything's selling off right now. It's not just big tech. Big tech's holding you up. Yeah, everything not big tech is selling off. Equal weight. So literally 39 gainers on the NASDAQ, 62 in the red. And then S&P 500, 125 green, 378 in the red. I see more tech holding us up. If anything, this is equal weight selling off, I believe. Because look, SPY is down by 0.3. Equal weight's down by almost 1%. Yeah, this isn't big tech. This is everybody else. Big tech is actually saving you right now in a very, very odd manner, whether you believe it or not. So yeah, you're going lower. This is just everybody else dumping. Meanwhile, some of your other tech is just, it's holding the gap up. It's saving you? Yeah, because if big tech was down, you would probably be down 1% on the SPY by now, maybe more. You're only down a quarter. And then equal weight is down almost 1%. Yeah, tech already did a lot of damage. So right now, this is everybody else coming down. That's why staples, once again, are not in play today. Trump is live. I don't see him. You might be watching a rerun, but we'll see. Oh, Trump holds bilateral meeting with Ireland. Yeah, they have the video up of people going to the White House. Watch beer makers? No. I'm not. I mean, you may like wheat and other stuff, but I'm not really thinking about that. Text off of the Google News, off of that little cloud thing. Be careful. That one's mad liquid. But see, keep watch. Palantir on the low. Now Citi. Yeah, banks are starting to sell. They're actually holding up good. Celestial, welcome. Yeah, bro. Apple is flushed about 3%, I want to say, today. Kind of crazy if you look at the last couple of days. And now you're still selling, bro. Dude, it's been what? An hour? An hour and a half. You have sold over 1.5. NASDAQ is almost giving up 2. But yeah, you've unwound almost every amount of gains from CPI now. That was good. EL dropping. You were prepared. You were prepared, Chad. I tried to warn him. Open was bullish. I know, but I told you all of this, baby. I told you all of it. That's why I just pick up on the real volatility you guys are in. Because this is crackhead shit. You guys are lucky I'm a crackhead. You see what I'm saying? So I got you, bro. I got you. But just let's wait. Be patient now. You got to be patient. Got to be patient. I should have held that one put. That's the only thing, but I didn't even like it, man. Now it's at 90. Now that one's going up. 551. I mean, this was the target. And then remember 555 from yesterday. So again, it's all the same strike prices. Calls and puts, same exact targets as yesterday. That's the sad part, because that means they're not really moving out of it. UVXY, there is a VIX play, but I think I'm going to wait on it. But there are some VIX plays if you want it. Don't go for the weekly. Get more time. Just get an extra week. Or don't do the daily. Okay, bonds even more. See, the bonds aren't even up, though. That's the crazy part. Bonds are red. So now, NASDAQ and bonds are closer, but you just sold off 1.5 with the bonds not really. That's what I'm saying. This is everybody else selling off. Apple is probably the only one that's kind of messing you up here a little bit. Well, 5550 is a level. Just don't forget, we talked about this one yesterday. Remember, 5550, you go any lower than here, we start getting uglier. If it bounces off here, this is a level of support. U.S. stocks extend low. Dow down 1. Russell down 0.5. SPY down 0.3. Dow is only up by 0.1. Or now NASDAQ is. Get ready for that. What are the chances we hit and go lower? I don't know, man. I think we're going to have a very weird day today. Like I've already said that. I already expected weird shit from the morning, but it's the same levels up and down. But I don't know. I can't guarantee a direction. I could tell you certain levels, but I have no idea as to what will do this. This is the whole reasoning I'm giving you, is I think we're in real volatility, and I genuinely believe nobody knows what's going on right now. I think you're getting these moves out of pure uncertainty. So right when you think it's going to go down, it'll probably go up and vice versa. But everybody is not really There's no consensus right now, and that's what I believe is the issue. Use your crystal ball and tell us what's going to happen. It has to recharge. I already told you what was going to happen in the morning, so I got to recharge it. That's why you guys are keep trying to put in a quarter. You got to let it recharge, bro. We need to. That's it. We already predicted the morning perfectly. I wish I did a better play off of it. I mean, we were in the neighborhood, but still. But the idea of not getting trapped or tricked, I think that could have saved you a lot of money. So crystal ball already told us, but yeah, now you gotta recharge it, bro. Okay, this is 550 is a level. I think you just might dance around here. If it don't really launch off of it, you're gonna do the dance and then lead into the flush again. But we'll see. Kazakhstan energy minister committed to OPEC deal. Two-year benchmark, 1510. Yeah, Kazakhstan energy, watch oil. So Ireland and President Trump, that's your next one pretty much on the day. And then give it like an hour or two. We're going to get our headlines from here. So think about it. He's going to show up. They're going to talk to reporters. You'll start getting the leaks, and then he'll bring up today, and then he'll bring up what he's going to do with, or, tariffs, and then he's going to bring up the other stuff. All right. Water break. Hot quality H2O. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cold News on Twitter. I would play Bloomberg, but I think they're just going to try to propagandize you again. Oh, Elon Musk at the White House. Why would they put a bunch of electric vehicles on the White House? It's to advertise. Violence. Oh shit, I was unmuted. My bad. I was just getting water. My bad. I told you you weren't supposed to hear that. Yeah, Kazakhstan energy minister. Yeah, Google launches AI model for robots. So we'll see. No bull right. Then very nice. We commit to OPEC. A very big quota. Cousin Bilo will be at the meeting. Yaksimesh. Big fan, bro. Big fan. Took a QQQ. Good luck, man. Good luck. It's a good spot, but we just need to get out of this awkwardness. That's all I need. Get me out of awkward, but I'm cool with it today. Even then, I'm totally fine. So if y'all should go somewhere else if you're going to try to force something, because if I don't do anything today, I will be content. But the way I'm looking at it now, I think in about an hour or two, we're going to start getting Trump headlines once he starts, chatting it up with Ireland, and then we go from there and see. Otherwise, Euro close. If you don't get any of that, then we'll find out where it goes. The LT hates this day. Yeah, the LT did come down, but it's still amazing. That's the other part. And I talked about it yesterday on the watch list, man. I think some people will realize, and I don't know what happened to everybody. Because I'm like, dude, if we do get this quote-unquote detox and prices come down in stocks and real estate, come on, who's really mad about that? Because I'm like, wait a minute. So some of you out here, especially if you're younger and have been saving, you mean to tell me you don't want cheaper prices to get a long-term? So you mean to tell me you would not want a more affordable idea of a first-time home? I was like, what are we talking about here, man? Yeah, so I do think, though, once everybody realizes that, it's going to run again. So for now, you have a weird issue of people no, don't let it go down. But I think once you get that portion of the population that is holy shit, this is good for me, then I think we're going to watch the demand and then, housing and other stuff start to change. All right, man. Like I said, I think this is going to be a tricky one. Just like the other days, you're going to kind of right, I don't want it to be this. You see what I'm saying? So right now you're doing this pin. We've bounced off of the pin right here, but you just got to be careful it's not one of these because that's what's kind of happened. And then we'll get into the low of yesterday as well. So that's why again, I quit my plays here after realizing these premiums are jacked. You found a USDA in Tulsa? Nice. That's great, bro. That's great. NQ at close. Majority of the people using the market going down as a gotcha don't even own stocks. Well, that's why it's weird because the people who don't have a long term, I don't know why they're not wow, this is great for me. But usually the people telling you this is bad, they own assets. I think I'm one of the only people who is fine with it. Because I'm this is great, bro. I think I don't really mind if things go down. Will I lose some money? Yeah, but don't forget my wealth artificially just quadrupled for no reason. So yeah, I don't give a fuck if that means a better society, a more sustainable long-term economic environment. What are we talking about here? That's why I'm dude, this is foolish. But yeah, I don't mind it, and I really don't. Yeah, bro. House prices, a lot of things shouldn't have gone up as much as they have. And that's why I'm saying it's and if you already owned assets, you made a lot of money. So even if it came down, I don't think I would be poor, and I don't think a lot of people would. And I think it would have a better societal impact. And then it would be more sustainable and bonds, and it would stop monopolization. There's so many benefits. So yeah, there's your punt, man. I hope it breaks out, man. Let's go. Good luck, you guys. The house you just bought, appreciate? Well, that's why I've been telling you don't buy a house at a 3-month high. Yes or no? That's why every single person, I still advise you to get real estate. Even if I'm telling you house prices coming down is a good thing. But imagine what I've told you. I've strictly said there's no rush and only buy houses on a deal. Because if you buy it 20% off or you get a house that's not at a 3-month high, even when it comes down in value, you're not going to be losing equity. You're going to be in a good position. That's why I've been saying that. I keep seeing Kazakhstan headlines. It's all on oil. HIT on the low. What's this? Hit. Health in tech down 20? That has to be some bad news. So again, you got your little pop out of there. It looked good for a little Walmart on the low. But yeah, bonds went down, but we haven't gotten out of this, bro. My goodness. Yeah, I don't know what hit is. Tech is leading. You are correct on that. I think a lot of people didn't expect that. But after a couple of several weeks of this, you legitimately, you do have tech finally being good. Everything except Apple. The thing that worries you about property is that after everything, the return is minimal. That's not going to be your money. The whole point about real estate is the equity. That's it. Even when I building my rentals over the last decade, I never cared about how much cash flow I make. It ended up paying you like a dividend stock down the line. Now my cash flow is great, but I never bought for that reason. It's all equity. All I'm trying to show some of you is, like I'm saying, if you have 36 grand, by the end of the year, you can have $500,000 in assets. The point is that you are now leveraging your money, growing it in a huge manner, and if you do it the right way, by avoiding some of the stuff I'm telling you to avoid, you will now be able to be growing 6 figures of assets rather than playing with 20K. That's the money, and that's where some of you, it is going to burst you into the path of becoming a millionaire. I don't think y'all get it. This is what you're not going to become a millionaire with your 25K trying to gamble or trying to wait till something there. This is how you do it. You just spent 3-4 years saving up a small ass amount, got 25, 30K. We're going to parlay that now into $500,000. You make 10%, now you got 50K. Give me another 5 years, we double. Ta-da, you're now a millionaire. 500K net profit, but now you have $1 million of assets. That's the goal. My goal is to get assets. That's where you're looking at the deal. You'll never buy a property if you're like, what am I going to do with the $100? Do you think I look at cash flow and I'm like, oh yeah, $100 a month? You think I'm like plotting and scheming out of that? No, I'm looking at the property itself. I'm looking at the value. I'm saying $250,000 here, $500,000 here, $1 million, $2 million here. What is this going to equal? What can I get? And then is someone going to pay to hold that asset for me? Ta-da! That's what it is. So I wouldn't worry too much about cash flow. If you want cash flow, go buy a bond right now. That's easy. Bonds are better than any property right now because you don't have to deal with a human. But bonds don't give you equity like that. Bonds won't give you value like that. They will only give you cash flow. So don't be, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get you guys assets. I'm trying to increase your assets. And I want you to build equity. And you could build equity in homes at a crazier rate than anything else in the world. All right, man, you're holding up still. So this might be your last call on premiums because anything after that, you don't want to overpay to get trapped. So good luck. But yeah, they're still down. They're up 20% from the bottom. 20% from the bottom, still way down from the morning. So that's all you, baby boy. But you have to break out of here. If this falls back down, you're going to get murdered. But if that goes, this is last call on call premiums. The clarity I provide is in uncertainty is top tier. Well, I hope so, but make no mistake. I have comfortability with what I know. That's it. Because I feel uncertainty. I see all the other things. I don't know what's happening. So I'm not really looking for clarity. I'm just okay with uncertainty. Do you see what I'm saying? And I really hope all of you just amor fati, learn to vibe with it. But that's why everything is based on my decisions. I'm not worried about the environment because I have a plan. And I've been executing it. Just like we have with stocks, real estate. It's a plan. You get what I'm saying? I don't care what the fuck happens around me. My plan is not changing. And as long as we have that Well, there you go. That's it. Have certainty in what you know, and then be comfortable dealing with what you don't know. That's literally it, man. Bond, high yield savings, and CD. They're all tied to bonds. It's just different terms of liquidity, maturity, accessing the money, and then yields pretty much. A savings account, fully liquid. CD, your liquidity has restrictions. Bond, you're restricted to the maturity date. So bonds and CDs both have maturities. High yield savings, pull money in and out whenever you want. That's generally the main difference. All right, man. Still moving up. Like I said, calls 20% from the bottom. So they're still mad down on the day. You are paying 20% premium from here, which isn't that bad if we run. If we die, you're going to now be down 40% if you touch the low. But that's what I'm saying. Last call, really. If you think this is going to be the move finally, we got an hour till Euro close. But, yeah. So do your thing, Chad. You want to try and buy a home, but you don't want to jump into a mortgage because of job security? No, get rid of that idea. You'll do nothing. Just shop for a deal. Because think about it this way. If you have a long-term, you can execute on a home, you already have a job, which will make your loan easier. If you find the right deal, you could execute on it, and maybe that deal will give you more job security than your job. But I would not. This should be a number one goal for all of you, no matter what. I will have zero excuse for this. Why? Because this is it. This is the answer. You have the money. You have the skill. You guys know this. You're educated. You should be looking and hunting every day. Doesn't mean you're going to buy something tomorrow. But all I'm saying is that I would not limit myself, because that's what people did the last 5 years. You guys don't realize it? I've been saying this shit for half a decade. Every year, people have brought in some level of excuse, all the way down to calling me racist for saying, racist and out of touch, for telling you could purchase a home. Yes. Again, every YouTuber told you it was going to crash, and then it doubled, and I made a video saying the exact opposite, and then I proceed to get shadow banned for the next 3 years. So, I don't want any excuses, you guys, because the last 5 years, people missed on these opportunities by what? By finding some reason to justify their comfortability of not making the biggest decision of their life. A house will be the biggest decision. Stop being afraid of it. Start hunting. No one's putting a time limit on you, but you shouldn't look around houses and be like, maybe later. You should be looking at like you have a gun in your hand and it's loaded and ready to go. You're just waiting for the right mother effer to try you. But that's what it should be like when it comes to real estate. I would be hunting every day and looking and being in the right mindset to strike. Because that is what is the good reality that will take you where you need to be. Every other mentality, I genuinely think is going to leave you far behind. Listen, how many people do you know in your life are walking around this earth and that you know personally, right? And they're like, man, I'm so glad that I didn't buy a house. I'll wait. Very hard to find those people now. Even just find me go. Who do you know person? They're like, man, I'm so glad that I waited and I didn't do it. So where do you think you're going to end up if you do that? That's all I'm saying. It's just that mentality, bro, is the easiest way to get left behind. Nobody really says that. Nobody is like, oh, I made a good decision by hesitating and waiting, and then by thinking whatever they thought about real estate. No one's like, oh, I made a good decision by waiting in that sense. And I'm not telling you to rush, but I'm telling you to get rid of this idea that you're not going to do it or there's some other more important reason to not look. That I don't agree with. I don't think you should buy a house instantly for no reason, but this idea that, oh, I should know, or this outside external scenario, no. Control it. You can control it if you play your cards. But don't let anybody talk you into folding. And that's what happens. So regardless of job security and where you're at, a good deal is a good deal. Yeah. And you should jump up. Fuck yeah. What about making sure you could afford the payments and upkeep? Is that not a valid worry? It's not a good enough deal then. Do you see what I'm saying? Bro, you're in Ohio, right? I have bought 3 houses in Ohio for sub 150,000, and they are all worth over 400 grand today. Some of them I bought in the last 24 months. I then proceeded to go to Colt Real Estate, and I told them, I was like, hey guys, I found an area in Ohio, and it's a cash cow. And I told them all to look. And then one of the agents, Alyssa, she didn't even live there. She flew there, started contacting all these people, and then she bought 2 houses, both sub 200 grand, all worth anywhere from 400 to 600 now. Do you see what I'm saying? You're in Ohio, JG. So you're telling me, well, what about upkeep? What about worry? Bro, I'm just saying, you have the money. You have a job. If you go and hunt and find a deal for 100K and it's worth 400, and go flip that shit, you just made more than your job will give you in 5 years. So yes, a good deal is a good deal. If you're worried about this and that, then it's not a good enough deal. But hunt. But that's what I'm saying. I think the worry is stopping you from looking the proper way. You have the money. You're young. You got it. Just hunt every day. Go even see what the pre-approvals say. But hunt. But don't, at the very least, be in the mentality of I'm ready to go and I can do it versus I can't do it. Don't tell me I can't. Don't tell me there is a worry that makes you not being able to strike. That I don't agree with. The same resources to hunt are the same resources I've been telling you for half a decade. None of them have changed. You just got to do it. Unfortunately, having a talk about what to do now is a waste of time. I've done it for 5 years. That's what I'm saying. People get excited again, and they're like, okay, yeah, you're right, Josh. Tell me what to do again. And that's a waste of time because then we go through the instructions, and then you're going to fade out again. It's very simple. Just understand the mindset that I'm telling you and adopt it. Without this mindset, you're going to get left behind on it. Be hunting. Be looking. Be ready. There is no excuse to stop you. The only one who you will blame in your future self, it will be you. That's it. You control the situation. Government of France, Spain, and Italy asked for wine and spirits to be excluded. That was old. You're saying flip the house if you need to or hold it or whatever? Yeah. It all depends on the deal. But like I told y'all from once I realized that, I'm like, dude, there's thousands of you that sent me your long-term, and now all of y'all got bags, bro. You're ready to shoot at real estate. We just got to do it the right way. And that's why I'm telling you, there's no rush. I'm giving you all this. I'm telling you the mindset. I am not putting any pressure to rush, but I'm not going to tolerate some fucking low-level mentality shit that's going to keep you poor. I'm not doing that. You get what I'm saying? So you got long-term, you got money, you got job, even better, great. You're in the game. There's no excuse now. And whatever it is, we just look, but we're not rushed. We don't need to do anything. About to sell for 7. That's Alyssa right there. That's the story I was just telling you. That's a real-life story, bro. All in the last 12 months. That's insane. Tell him. Tell him, girl. Bro, she literally bought it for $150,000. I even yelled at all the court real estate guys because I gave them this area and I told them it was money, and only 1 or 2 of them actually executed it, and now she's walking away with over $500,000. Stop playing with me, bro. That's it. Whoever, the harvest is plenty, the workers are few. Take it. That's it. And guess what? Alyssa could have gave me 100 more excuses than any of you guys. I don't want to hear it. Alyssa was in the hospital when I met her. Alyssa is not in college anymore. So don't give me your bullshit excuse anymore of why you can't do it. Okay? It's very simple. You have arms, legs, hands, even if you're missing them, if you could talk to people, if you could type to people. All I'm saying, you got to go and use that shit and work it. This was in Ohio. I'm not going to tell you the area. That's my secret little gem. So I'll share another one with you, but in the meantime, y'all better start running. I told y'all Indiana. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. What if you're in bankruptcy? Find the right deal. You'll get out of bankruptcy. But I would still look. But if you have a long-term, a job and all of that, why are you in bankruptcy? So maybe you find a way out of that. And then, bro, that was a nice bounce, Chad. So you're up 100% from the low, another 40% from last call, and now you're back to where I got my plays. Let's see where they're at. I'm still down 60%. Yeah, I built, but actually I was here, so I was still a little lower. But still, yeah, they clapped it. Alyssa is a real estate agent. I mean, I met her through the stream, and then she joined Core Real Estate a couple years ago. Okay, bro. This is annoying. I'm going to give you a 24-hour timeout because I answered your question, and then you spammed it 10 times. That's unacceptable. Next time, you're permanently banned. Thank you. What about my thoughts on this person? Stop asking me about other people. Stop promoting other products. I just told you you could all do it yourself. Don't tell me you want to go buy a product. Don't tell me you want to go follow another man. Jesus Christ loves you all. Y'all need to do this and run it. Just apply yourself. You have it. You need nothing but yourself. Oh, man, I appreciate you. From cancer to cribs in a long term. Tell them. Horn. I love it. You guys don't want me to do this. Alyssa gets me hyped, bro. Because Alyssa is living proof of how many people have so many goddamn excuses. Because she could have gave me every excuse, and she didn't. All she's doing is making money now. Changing her life. I don't want to hear it. That's it, you guys. I'm sorry. That's why the harvest is plenty. You have no idea. Her story's a trip. Mm-hmm. You bought 545s again? Let's go, baby. Gregory Scott, baby. That was a beautiful call out the first time. I hope it works out for you. At the same time, I hope it doesn't make somebody lose as well. But, yeah, I like you post the plays. You bought a house in Indiana before COVID? Oh, you made a lot. Amen, bro. A lot of people. And that's what I'm saying. We got another opportunity. And I don't care if you've been with me for a while or you're new, but stick to the rules, apply the discipline, and, mindset and mentality, and watch. Just watch, baby. You'll see. If I could gamble 300 to 500 a day, that's a good money, bro. Don't try to get more or lose like me 100K. Are you drunk right now? What are you saying, dude? I have no idea what the fuck that means. So is that a question or a statement, or like if I was a cop, I'd tell you to step out of the vehicle right now. If we were pulled over, if that was what you said to me, I'd say step out of the vehicle, sir. What are you asking me, dog? I don't even know. Was that a question or? Either way, just control the budget. Control the budget, man. That's Memphis slang? Oh, I don't know it then. Yeah, I don't. They told me not to go to Memphis with Cali plates. So, yeah, but step out of the vehicle, sir. We need to talk. You're saying you lost 100K trying to get more. Oh, there you go. All right, there you go. All right, so you could get back in the vehicle. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah. Amen. But honestly, it's the budget control. Just remember, you can't lose all your money unless you put down all your money. And then, like going back to the real estate, I feel way more comfortable putting 100K on real estate than a daily option. And you should too. That's where you're going to make your real money. Remember in January you were naming stocks that were down on the year? You're up on all of them? Yeah. Amen, baby. Value. Khamenei, Trump's supposed letter to Iran hasn't reached me. Iran making comments. I don't know. Apple is going through a lot. They announced the iOS changes, but I don't think that was it. The bounce came from nothing. I mean, there was a lot of good, subtle headlines, but today's a weird one, bro. Now SPY's back up, but today I already knew, I had an idea in the morning, but after the first hour, I was like, this is terrible. Good morning, adding to Arthur's long term. Any idea on what to purchase? He's young, he's a baby. So I wouldn't really, it doesn't really matter this early, but definitely growth or value in anything that is not overpriced. So use the portfolio and look at the names I'm down on. I always will believe that is a great place to start. Maybe running out of sellers, but I don't know. There's still, you could always find sellers. And then so again, geez, so someone sent me an email. Don't pull out of your 401k until you find the fucking house. So don't loan against your 401k until you are in escrow. And go look at what that term is. Because it shows you the total payments at the end. That's over 10% interest, brother. That's a lot. So, but keep that in mind. Don't pull out any money until you are in escrow. Don't sell the long term till you are in escrow. And that is the best way to go. That one's over 10%. He sent me the loan on the 401k, but then it has the payout terms, and it's 5 years, but it's over 10%. Holding bill, is that a good move? I mean, Pfizer's the only one that's down, but we were talking about I remember last time you asked me this, and I said, this was months ago, I said we're moving out of build to value. So unfortunately, you kind of missed that. So there's a couple of value names still lower. I would definitely take Pfizer over MO, but even Pfizer is up a decent amount. So I still have some money in Bill, but again, the idea was after the rate cuts in September, that's when we should have been moving to value. So now, like 6 months later, a lot is already kind of pulled apart. Your wife has a cleaning company. Do you think she should put herself on payroll? Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. And you guys will get more tax write-offs. So then that way you could write off all the cleaning supplies, her car, her transportation, if you hire any employees, all of that. I would definitely get a company made, especially if she has active business and is doing good. And then Spy's up, man. Premium's still going now. A little bit more than 100 off the bottom. My other premiums are kind of coming back, so, maybe we get lucky. But there you go. I think the weirdness might have been over. We were talking about that move, but sadly, you're still at the first low of the day until we flushed. And then nothing in bond currency, nothing's moving. So literally, the euro led that move, though. You guys remember we were talking about that? I really think it was the euro. So in a weird way, nothing else has changed besides that. So this is both bittersweet. Iran's supreme leader, negotiations with U.S. government will not lead to lifting Iranian sanctions. Then French cosmetic industry body EU tariffs to impact imports on makeup. Yeah, 45 minutes till close. You're going up. All right, this might get rid of the awkwardness, but hey, I tried to tell y'all last call, but other than that, I still don't really like it until some of the other broader stuff. And like I said, we're going to hear from Trump in a little bit. But either way, not too bad. Not too bad. I need to go to the party.
Customer base.
Trump says we have tremendous business. All right, damn it. I want to go to the bathroom, but the Trump comments are literally coming in now. So like I told you, that's what I expected in a few hours. So I'll wait a second. But yeah, Trump's talking now. You're going to start getting headlines and movements. This is before he goes live. Day. Cornyn meeting with Trump tomorrow about renewing tax cuts. That's also coming out. No other comments yet. All right, let me just go to the bathroom real quick, though.
Of celestial AI.
So good luck.
Now another
if I miss it, I
AI
miss it.
story that we're watching, Alibaba is accelerating its efforts to lead in the AI space, and they're pushing out an AI model that can read emotions. For more, Bloomberg's Peter Elstrom joins us now, and I think just back to a couple days ago, I tried so hard to read this story that Sam Altman posted online about the creative writing exercise that you saw through OpenAI, and that does go down to the ability to read beyond the objective and into the subjective, right? And so when you think about Alibaba, how successful are they in emotional intelligence?
Well, we're seeing this very rapid innovation of AI models really around the world, but China now particularly has gained a lot of attention because of the breakthrough of DeepSeek a few weeks ago. Alibaba is, of course, best known for its e-commerce business. It competes with Amazon in that market, but of late, the past couple of months, they've come out with a number of AI models that are quite innovative. They have one called Gwen that it compared with DeepSeek and said that it was ahead on certain metrics. They're also striking an alliance with Apple to be able to provide some of the AI features for the iPhones within China. And now we see this. The model is called R1 Omni. They're saying it's able to detect emotions within the people who are asking questions and give better answers because of that. They can customize in certain ways. Now, this follows very rapidly on the heels of OpenAI, which has tried something like this with their GPT 4.5. Now, OpenAI is charging $200 a month for that service, and here Alibaba is putting this out there for free. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles.
Trump Irish took our pharmaceuticals and other companies away through taxation.
And the China market is not one where you're going to see the American companies play. So it's
hey, yo, that's not. I did not see that coming. He's talking pharma. Why is pharma important? Qubits unhalted? What happened with them? But, dude, he's talking pharma. So remember, that's the critical goods. That's more important than anything. NVO, Ozempic? No, I don't think that's as much. Cubis has news about the break. Let's see. Announces new published paper validates D-Wave's achievements. That was at 8:33. So D-Wave announced a scientific breakthrough published in Journal of Science confirming that its annealing quantum computer outperformed one of the world's most powerful classical supercomputers. So you have another, what's it called? Quantum hype headline. So yeah, that's qubits, D-Wave. Yeah, they halted it. So Rigetti and the other one, I think it might be halted again. So that was halted at 10:35. Just got unhalted, and now it's up 16. Yeah, they halted it. So it was moving, and then it halted, and then that paper came out, and then now it unhalted 30 minutes or an hour later. Trump, Irish took our pharma and other companies. We are going to do reciprocal tariffs. So again, Trump saying reciprocals, the market is literally moving up. So I don't like that headline, believe it or not, because it has to do with pharma. I think there's more at stake, but we've already gone through every single zone today with no reaction. So I think you're kind of doing the opposite. The stuff, the retaliation, you kind of brushed it off. And now, and again, the good news you kind of went down on. The bad news you're going up on. Trump, I am very happy that oil is down. So again, these are the comments. You're going to hear him live in like 30 minutes. This is the main gist of it. So pharma and reciprocals are going to come up. And then oil, let's see what he says about Canada's reaction in UK. That'll be the next one. MAA on the low? What is this? Mid-air? Oh, I think that's his apartments REIT. I'm very happy oil's down. Despite view up. Oh, it's still 9. Yeah, we're early, bro. Okay, I made a move here. So let's see. All right. Estee Lauder getting down there. It is. Damn, down 5? That would be nice. I'm going to wait a little bit more, though, because there's other names. So I would just keep stacking, baby. Cape stacking. Toyota launched 15 new zero emissions. Not sure if new. I don't think it'll matter too much. I like Toyota for the long term, though. I have considered ELF, yeah. Even Ulta's dropping, and I like that one a lot. Yeah, Ulta's getting fine. Every time it gets here, though, it bounces. Always some BS news or Buffett. But yeah, if Ulta could really fade, I would love that in the long term. That's the number one, in my opinion. Gold rocketing. Not really rocketing, but all day gold has been up. So let's see. I like Target too. Ulta, if I had none, you could start here if you have a lot of cash. Only problem is on the other account, we're still up like 50% on Ulta. So it's not like Ulta's cheap. It's just fair. Does that make sense? It's at 2019 prices. You're off from the highs. You're still off from the lows. It's fair. That I don't think it's a great deal. I don't think it's a bad deal, but it's a good company. It's a fair price. It's not up on the year. You should know about it, Christina, if I know about it. And yeah, I think it's a good name, but I obviously think it could be cheaper, but for the most part, it's not too bad. But that's why it's like it's a fair name. It's a fair one to start with. If you have a lot of cash, even better. If not, then yeah, Trump, it is up to Russia now. Oh, he's talking about the peace deal. Well, there you have it. Well. Well, Trump is talking. He was talking pharmaceuticals, and then he said we have people we're going to Russia right now. So we had that rally out of nowhere, and then Trump started talking. We went up for a little bit, and then now we're going down. Hopefully we could get a ceasefire. It kind of sounds not as confident as yesterday. Yeah, how much cash do you have in your long term, Christina? What percentage cash are you sitting at? That's going to be the real deciding factor, because let that tell you what to do. You know, because Ulta's a good name. You're in the right neighborhood. You have the right idea. Now, does it make sense to spend money now or not? If you have 80% cash, I would buy it. But Sophia got 80. Over on what price were you just not listening to that conversation or just selective hearing? So yeah, I just explained it, brother. Trump have gotten positive messages on ceasefire. Honestly, I think the market likes and doesn't like the war headlines. Low key, you got a little bit more juice off of that. Cash is just in your long term. I'm not talking about your checking account. You have 60. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it'd be bad to start with a nibble at these prices or, again, at the 312 or whatever, but you have 60% cash. I mean, even if it goes down another 20%, you'll still have 57% cash or something, you know what I'm saying? And then just work your way in through it. Not a recommendation, but that's how I would view it. All right, going up there. Damn, bro. Premiums are still dancing heavy. Estee Lauder is like AMD. Ulta's like NVIDIA. Kind of. It's just cosmetics, though. They're both very different. Ulta's like Costco. Estee Lauder is like the manufacturer. It's very weird. NVO. I still like NVO too. I still think even then things get bad. You go to 60. Trump have gotten some positive messages on ceasefire. Same headline. We're going to Russia. put real estate. I mean, you can, but I don't know. Your name makes me worried because I remember last time I seriously helped you, you trolled me the next hour. So remember I told you I'm not going to really take your shit seriously. So you might just be better off figuring out the answer by asking me here, to be honest. We agreed it was a joke. I know, but I can't. I just tell you that's just how my mind works. I just remember. I'm like, well, wait a minute. That's how I do business, my friend. If they waste your time, just don't ever deal with them ever again. That's so. I don't. Do you understand my reservations? So, like I'm saying, I could. What's the deal? I was already answering your questions earlier. How would you do that if you want to stay in Cali? What do you mean? Birthday, Tim Brady? Jerome Powell, we got Tom Brady's brother, baby. It's his birthday. Amen. Amen. Woo! Brady gang. Well, that's Tim Brady. You're Brady. Brady. Estee Lauder down 4. That just hit wires. As we're talking about it. Alrighty. You're still holding VWAP. We haven't got anything. Let's see. I think by the time Trump talks, but so far it's been about 10 minutes. Peace comment. Decent tariffs on pharma, and then that's it. And then China's coming down right now. NASDAQ's still up 1.1. SPY is up 0.4. Everything else in the red. Remember, tech is actually doing better than not today, comparatively. Trump weapons today are powerful. He's still talking war. So he's going to have a lot of war talk on there. Is a property that looks to be listed cheaper too good to be true? No, just ask them. They're probably going to be like, we have multiple offers. So you never know. Or if it's cheap and there's not a lot of demand, there's usually, like, it needs work. So most people should disclose. It's bearish when the war doesn't sound good. When he says optimism, market likes it. Peace deal, they like it. When he sounds like it's up to Russia, the market didn't like that. But then again, it's kind of confusing today. So I wouldn't attribute every single candle to like a reason, if that makes any sense. Just like the CPI. Over 150, is that sketchy? Not really. It's not selling at that price, so that should make you think about that. But lately, depending on the area, we've been shifting to a lot longer days on market. But usually, the longer it sits on market at a price, that just means you can't sell it there. Merck, you guys are bringing up Merck yesterday. That one's starting to wake up here. Could fill the gap. SPY still VWAP dancing. Premiums are higher. Ironically enough, I don't know what I just use the E-Trade VWAP. I just hit VWAP and then this comes up. So I've never adjusted it in my life. They should be more likely to take a lower offer, and then it also tells you. This is why I tell people, send me off markets, and then they'll send me a house on the market, and I'm like, if it won't sell at that price when everybody has a chance at it, why would you think it's worth that much money? You see what I'm saying? So if a house sits on the market for $200,000 for 150 days, that means people don't think it's worth $200,000. So you shouldn't buy that thinking you're going to sell it for $200,000. You get what I'm saying? You shave 401k. Honestly, you've been here for a lot. I've answered a lot of your other questions. I think you know the answer. I think you're looking for an excuse to get around. So do whatever you want and follow everything I've said in the past and watch the videos. EU was set up in order to take advantage of the U.S., says Trump. Why did you post it in the chat? You shouldn't have told us. Your blessing is now gone to the public. So be careful too. You were just telling me about your job and helping out people too much to the point you're not helping yourself out. Yes or no? So do something good. Don't tell everybody about it. And then number 2, if you're already in that situation from helping people, stop helping people. I know it sounds wild, but unfortunately, it doesn't mean it will. Proverbs will tell you this. Beto in 2022 or whatever was the moment. I don't know about now. I mean, it is kind of cheap, but I just remember people buying Beto at $10 with the dividend. Trump planning to lower taxes if Democrats behave. So again, you had that Carney headline earlier. Thanks for qubits. Is that still up? Oh, yeah. Had a little pullback and came back. Trump planning to lower taxes if Democrats behave. That's a direct quote. So, again, that's what we're going to hear here in a little bit. We are waiting for it. Davi. The guy who got kicked out, it was the San Antonio guy. We've seen him a lot. I forgot his name. I know he has a cane. That I know that much. GLD and then bonds still at the low. So actually bonds are at the low, but it's practically where you open. I don't know. I think the market would like the tax stuff, but yeah, bro, you're chilling. Oh, he's Houston? Al Green? I thought he was San Antonio. Honestly, this is where are we levels-wise? It's actually kind of bullish. Yeah, 5,600. This is it. So you either hold 5,600 or you die. Again, premium's not as good. The call's still down 60. How is Beto? Because they trade it. So they trade and flip it. That's why I like the dividend. Yo, gold is rocketing. All right, bro. Hold up. Pound is going up and the euro. I have the right to adjust tariffs. I don't know if he means higher or lower, damn it. That's going to move some things, but I don't know what he's saying. I have the right to adjust tariffs. No other. I don't know if he's saying higher or lower. But then again, the euro, just like last time, euro and pound, euro close in 20 minutes. But the pound and euro are looking good. Canada, Mexico, not much. This is a big level. All right, so if we are going to melt up here, this is where it'll be. Otherwise, we should fade it. I think this is going to be a good point. But the premiums are not favorable. I even made one not too long ago. Very, very small, but it moved for a little bit. But you're still kind of in this. That headline's good. Trump, April 2nd, will be a very big day. He'll make it higher, then back down. I don't know. It might be good. But that one's, I think the headline has juice. I just don't know direction. He's saying I have the right to adjust tariffs. So take your risk on that. But that's great. Trump on tariffs, there will be very little flexibility. What the fuck are you saying? What do you mean? Okay, the calls are now moving, surprisingly. Kind of. All right, then that just watched the puts. Trump on tariffs, little flexibility. All right. VST on the high. Okay, man, you're starting to melt and bonds lower. And the pound. That's it. Pound and euro and Canada. These are saying green. That's it right now because that's what led us on the first one. So we'll see. I think those puts are going to get washed. They already did. No, I've never been to New York. Not the trading floor. He's the now we're coming. Dude, look at this shit, bro. You can't make this shit up. He's saying, I don't know what he is saying right now. Even the reporter headlines are too obscure. So now you're just dancing. Just watch euro and pound if you want to get bullish. Euro and pound are your answer. Everything else is just still exactly the same as a couple hours ago. But that's it. Euro and pound ripping. That's the only thing I see ripping. And then last time that happened, we bounced. Says will respond to EU counter tariffs. That's your bad one right there. So that's why. So again, Europe hit us today. He said he'll respond. That's why the pound and euro had that little jerk reaction, but then it didn't kill it. You're still holding. And then Supreme Leader Khamenei says if we wanted to produce a nuclear weapon, the U.S. wouldn't be able to stop it. We ourselves do not want to do so. I could do it if I really wanted to, and you couldn't stop me if I wanted to. You're just lucky that I don't want to. Huh. Duh. Stupid. The world. I think the market is just responding solely to whatever it wanted to do plus like euro right now. That's it. Because again, we just heard these are subtle. You just had 3 big subtle headlines from the pharmaceuticals to the reciprocals and then adjustment of tariffs. Those are all 3 very subtle, large things. And this reaction is very minimal. And the only thing up is the currencies. Larry Fink says U.S. Social Security has been too politicized. Larry, you've been too politicized. Okay, Larry? Can we make Larry Fink the new Elon? Can we just, you know how everyone's mad at Elon? Can we just, what do we do? Do I, vandalize my shares or something? Because I don't know. Larry Fink, I'm not really a fan of Larry Fink. I don't know how many baby mamas he has. To be honest, I think he's better than most conservatives. Because that's the part about Elon that I don't get. Because everyone's like, oh, Elon, our conservative champion. And I'm like, y'all know how much sex outside of marriage he has? And I hate to break it to you, but to all my estimates, I'm pretty sure Elon is a deadbeat father. I don't think he's a deadbeat human. I think he's great for humanity. I like Elon. I support Elon. But in the father department, I do think he is a deadbeat. I don't think he set us the example. See, but that's the whole thing. Just because somebody doesn't follow the script, it doesn't change the good that they have done. So that's why I still like Elon. I just wouldn't listen to him on parenting advice. Do you guys see the difference? So yeah, all right. Tax policy would stop Ireland from taking business. And then FTC asked to delay trial against Amazon over Prime. And then bonds on the low. Still a deadbeat. Yeah, because Elon is not like a conservative example for children and being a dad. You know, that's not what, that's the irony about all the conservatives liking him, is that he is totally, you could see his liberalism in that area. I mean, I wouldn't disagree. This is why I don't claim to be something. I mean, I'm not married. I don't have any kids, but at the end of the day, yeah, he's not really like, that's not the standard, I don't think. But that's okay. I still think he's had a good positive effect, and he likes a little bit of ketamine, and I don't think that makes him a bad person. I think he's done good things, but yeah, that's just not the, I don't think he's the template for that side of life. You view him as an activist, not a conservative. Wow, I like that. I could kind of agree. Conservative in the streets, liberal in the sheets. That's terrible, but very accurate. Would have been a better dad than mine. That's okay. You'll probably be better. Don't worry. It's so sad. I heard an Andrew Scholes joke, and he was like, it's so scary being a girl dad because, like, you don't show up to a volleyball game. Next week, she has a OnlyFans. But if you have a son and you don't love him, he just becomes better. So in a weird way, man, I think it's a blessing and a curse, okay? So if your father, don't worry, man, you'll be good. You'll be good. Use it as motivation. Use it as motivation, bro. Amen. Amen. Use that chip on your shoulder. Builds character. Trump on Ukraine, Russia, we can pressure, but hope not is going to be necessary. And then it says there's a massive deficit. We're going to even that out. I mean, I don't disagree. If I was a dad, my goal is to make my son hate me. He should love his mom, and she'll be the nice one. But I'm going to make sure he gets yoshed out. Because that's it. He'll become a little bitch if I don't. I've already learned, bro. I've already learned even from my experience with the Chad. So if I ever have a kid, I ain't letting him be soft like that. Fuck that. I don't care if he hates me. He going to have a long term, and you know what? Maybe he'll learn about consequences from an early age. Mm-hmm. Your process is put obstacles in front of them and let them learn to overcome. Good for you, man. Let's see. I pray for your son, man. I hope he ends up good. All of them. All you dads out there, man, do a good job and take it seriously. You guys hold the key. You really, really do. Same thing for you too, moms. But I definitely think fathers, y'all have a big role to play. And I reminded the Chad last year, but don't, I'm not even a father myself. But it's the impact is insane, bro. Zelensky says that Ukraine will not recognize any land under Russian occupation. There are things you could do in a financial sense that would be very bad for Russia. Khomeini, in response to U.S. threats, Iran can retaliate and will definitely do so. If you had a kid, how would you teach him to swim? I would throw him in the pool. That's exactly what my father did. You know that? I'm so traumatized. I hate pools now, too. But at the end of the day, that's how they taught me. I literally, almost drowned. He just threw me in the water. That's also how I learned how to drive stick shift. My dad got me to move the car right when I was able to get the clutch, on first gear. right when I got that bitch moving, he instructed me to go to the biggest hill in our neighborhood in traffic. I'm fucking 14 years old, bro. I'm not even old enough to drive. And he puts me in live traffic in a stick shift car right after I learned to get it moving on a hill. And I start, like, literally, I'm like crying halfway. And I'm like, what do? He says, you either go forward or you crash. That's what he taught me. So that was just Arab Dad 101. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from that. MP, all right, man, you're there. I got washed, too. The last play I took was a put. I got washed on that one as well. I'm 0 for fucking 2 today. Nothing, bro. Nothing. Actually, 0 for 3 if my bank play don't hit. Nah, those are down 10%. That one's going to hit. But, yeah. I don't like it. I need more. Today sucks. But I don't know. I feel like we could pull something out. But either way, every time... the answer is probably wait today. I don't think it was a news play type of day. That's why I think it was a little bit harder. But we had that last call like we said. Oh, that can't be real. Oh, there's a fat bond auction today too. 10 bill or 58 bill on 10-year. Trap your ass and steal your money type of day. Yeah, but they can only do that if you give it to them. That's why I feel bad making that second play, because I knew it and I gave it to them still. But it was $20. So the first play, I think it was 30. So I'm down $50 on these two. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, no. The other one was 40. So yeah, I'm down like 60. But again, I mean, give me the right headline. I'll make that back in a second. There were some fire plays yesterday. That's why, like that one we hit on the real-time one, that one paid out really good. I know, yesterday I was, bro. Yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was too many hits, bro. Yesterday, we were hitting more than my mom hit me growing up. That's why I'm saying, I was like, damn, bro. No one is expelling anybody from Gaza. I still like MPW plays, but they're not good. I mean, you could, if you're willing, if you got more risk tolerance. Okay, AMD on the high. My last set of MPs were $7. Get close. Or then I was at March 21st. I would look for April if you want MPW options. But get close to the money. That Gaza comment, I don't think it was news, but it just came out. This is weird, I'm telling you. I can name you 3 little comments I got today that were borderline huge, and the market is just inching along. We're not reacting to anything right now. I swear to you, this is all just computer-ass moves and something tied to the currency, but this isn't like a day we're not reacting to shit. It's very odd, but also expected. I think that, again, the VIX is too elevated, and I think that's kind of giving us some awkwardness. It is fatigue to a degree, but it's also, that's what I'm saying, just I still believe what I told you early. I think eventually we're going to get a weird matchup. I am noticing currencies are tied to this a little bit, just euro, but that's about it. So there's a lot of downside for Russia, says Trump. Again, he's still talking. We're going to get him afterwards. Sky. Hit on the low. We saw that one earlier. There's no audio of Trump. No. Please understand this. And I'm not saying this to be a dickhead. I'm saying this so that you guys will learn and be more prepared throughout the next couple of years. The Trump administration, they're doing this thing a little different where Trump talks to approved reporters and I'm able to get those headlines and then he goes live 30 minutes later. Sometimes he might be live and I'll let you know if it's in real time, but most of them are going to be like this. He's talking now behind closed doors. We still have the ability to get what he's saying, and then he's going to get reiterated, quote-unquote, live, and that's when you'll get video, audio, all of that. So right now it's just text, but this is the contents of what he is saying. So there is that little delay. It is a kind of a new feature that we have been dealing with here. Bonds are hating this. It's weird. That's what I'm telling you. You just had CPI. Options were pricing for CPI. And I think that was the problem because no one cared about the CPI. That's why too, bro. Why are your bonds down 0.5% on a better than expected inflation? A brand new low on core inflation and bond yields are going higher. That no one cares about the data. That's why I'm saying, like, it's a very awkward one. You have retaliatory tariffs today, and we have more. So just vibe a little bit, but be patient. Try to limit yourself today. I think there's more opportunities to lose money. But other than that, we'll see. People are waiting for the vid. They might be. The audio makes it real, and then they're able to react. But Trump says, I don't want to do anything to hurt Ireland business, but we do want to do it with fairness. PPI is big tomorrow. That's what I said yesterday. So that's going to be your data event, I believe. But we still got, it's early, man. We're halfway through today, 9:30. So Euro close. Let's do a push-up. Stand your ass up. I got to do a plank. Oh, dude, I am so sore, bro. These abs, man. Like I told you guys, I'm actually I don't think I was working out before. But yeah, stand up, baby. Move around, chest to the sun, flex the core. Where is it? I can't find my resistance. I'll do the hips. The hips. Let's go. Do it with fairness. That was the latest headline. AMD's going up. Let me see the other chips. Ion Q in your quantum. Merck's drug maintain HIV-1 suppression. I didn't know they had a HIV drug. Again, Guild is the one who leads in that space. All right, bro, you're back up. I'm mad my calls aren't up. So, again, I bought the damn calls here. We're higher, and I'm down. Yeah, calls are... yeah, dude, they're still down. Whoa, baby. Been watching for a few years. Hit big on the Pepe trade. Sold in December. Bought a house outright. And I'm just leverage trading now. House is worth $300. Do I take a line of equity? No, I think you should calm down on the leverage trading because if you go slow in the right way, you'll never lose. Do you get what I'm saying? If you don't expose your money and you got a paid off house, you are in the best position to become a trader for a living. And they don't feel me, bro. So I think just control your budget and pull out the money from the house when you find another good deal. That's what I would do. I would wait till I could find a steal of a deal, maybe a flip. And once I find it, I pull out the money, use that, and then I keep trading and just whatever you're doing trading, just don't let it turn into a bad situation. And like I mean, leverage trading, just the word leveraged, that could be scary. Yeah, EU doesn't take farm products or cars. Will absolutely put tariffs on cars. EU has gone after our companies like Apple. I'm not happy with the EU. says we will win that financial battle. Bro, you're not getting any reaction. That's what I'm saying, bro. There's a lot. Canada is absolutely one of the worst on tariffs, citing dairy. So euro went down on that. Pound is up. Mexico got hit off of that. So hold on. If currencies keep dropping, I think this will be done. But if the currencies bounce back up, who gives a shit? And gold higher? That one's odd. BlackRock, I see elevated inflation and fear in markets. Bitch, you the one telling people there's going to be inflation and you're telling them to be fearful. You are the elevated inflation. You are the fear, Larry. Do you get it, Larry? That's you. It's literally you. Ridiculous. He said buy the dip last week, and then he said, I don't know. I have great respect for China Xi. So he's talking China now. Again, he's gone all over the globe in this speech. Dog, they've robbed us. I'm mad. Because even the call, bro. So you killed it if you bought that one. But look, I bought the call here and I'm still down. I mean, that makes sense. I'm not complaining about it. That's just the bad timing and then the move and then how much they charged in the morning. Even though it was down, there was too much hangover, bro. And then now we're still, wow, look at that bond volume. Again, you're going to have a bond auction here in about 10 minutes, or 30 minutes, excuse me, at 10. And then Britain up 0.1, Germany up 1.5, France 0.5, and then Spain down by 0.7. That's your euro close numbers right now. So, yeah, okay, I need to do a plank propaganda. Come on.
The famous short seller Carson Block was on Bloomberg Television where he gave his take on the turbulence in the stock market and specifically the appeal of the Mag 7.
The markets are so warped by passive investing and fundamentals matter, less and less every day. So the Mag 7 will continue to attract.
For more on the equity markets, let's turn now to Ethan Devitt, Chief Global Market Strategist at Moneta. Ethan, thanks for joining us. You heard Carson Block talk about how the fundamentals matter less and less, but are there pockets of the market where the fundamentals do matter?
I would differ with him a little bit on that. I do think that they do matter when it comes certainly to retail. We can see a lot of differentiation within retail, within value stocks. And actually that has been the story of the last 6 months, really, has been the beginning to see some differentiation and the sheen coming off the Mag 7. Certainly they are now safety stocks, which is not where we would typically see a big tech being. That they've been considered as safety stocks for some time. But now we know that
UK says any further action by Russia will be considered an escalation.
So I do think fundamentals still matter, and actually we recommend having very broad-based sector exposure and cap exposure across the portfolio.
When we look at the gains so far this year in sectors like healthcare, up 5%, or consumer staples, up 2.5%, at what point do the gains outstrip the earnings potential because there's still so much uncertainty in the operating environment?
I think these are really just making their way up from a very unloved status that they had for some time. I don't think it's necessary that they're building in great expectations for earnings there. These were quite overlooked. We were all looking at those charts showing how the 493 had lagged, and I think really we're just seeing a little bit of right sizing going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your take on today's CPI report? Does it change how you're thinking about what the Fed does next when it meets next week?
Oh, man.
It gives a little bit more safety, but as I say, margin for error, that because we know that the inflation is coming into check. The Fed is very data dependent. They did give an assuring message at their last press conference, and I'd say that people have been looking increasingly to Jerome Powell as that steady hand. There has been such immense change, flux, noise that's been going on really since Inauguration Day that we haven't had much of a steady hand and much continuity. Certainly not with some of the treasuries, the secretaries, etc. But we do have with the chairman of the Fed, and that is, I think, where investors will get a confident read and Fed inflation coming into check. It certainly is that kind of good news is bad news or bad news is good news phenomenon. Clearly, the consumer is not spending. We know that their sentiment has been quite a bit subdued. That's probably being reflected in those inflation numbers, and expectations will probably be for some difficulty among the consumer going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I look at how uncertainty is showing up everywhere. We had a chart on the Bloomberg terminal about how often that word appears in stories that we track, and certainly that comes up constantly when company executives are speaking as well. Your job is to establish Moneda's long-term investment vision and philosophy and strategies. Wow. Which part of that vision are you most certain about right now?
I think the vision in terms of a steady hand, I've mentioned that a few times with respect to the chairman of the Fed, but as when it comes to high net worth investors and the private wealth segment, we are the ultimate long-term investors. We are here for the long haul. We may have values that change and needs that change over the spectrum, but we are not set up to be day traders, and we don't encourage that. So this is a time when we are reminding our clients as to how frequently we do see these kind of upsets in markets. We put everything into context. We try to pull the lens back and create a sense of calm and comfort, because we've been doing this for a very long time, and we know that these type of cycles are typical in equity markets. It's certainly with the media headlines, it's very common to think that this is the first or that we're in unprecedented waters. We are not, certainly not where the equity markets are today. So it's a lot about hand-holding, putting things into context, reminding clients as to why we're here. This is an opportunity for some tax loss harvesting too.
That may be the case, but I feel like a lot of people are using 2018, the tariffs that Trump implemented back then, as kind of a template for what they can expect this time around. And it's not playing out according to that script at all. So using that as your playbook has gotten a lot of people into trouble and surprised a lot of people.
Absolutely. Nothing is as was previously set forth in Trump 1.0. That we have to, there is no playbook for this unprecedented acceleration of trade tensions. And we heard there was going to be no flexibility. And in fact, is that some certainty having no flexibility? Because this has been characterized by quite a lot of change and flexibility up to now. So I'm not sure what corporate executives would prefer to hear, that there was no flexibility or that there is. So I'd say it is, that's why it's been very difficult to plan. And what we are going to see is workarounds. And that's what's happening outside the US, workarounds these tariffs, establishing new trading relationships. And that perhaps is the biggest risk to US companies today.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned outside the US, because we've seen global markets, whether it's emerging markets, whether it's Asia, whether it's Europe, outperform the US. Not that hard to do given that the S&P 500 is lower for the year. How committed would you be to seeing those gains persist overseas?
Yes, very excited about the mood has changed in Europe. For a while, it was just the valuation discrepancy. That valuation had not kept up with the US. Now we can see, really ever since the Munich speech, that was a fork in the road in terms of European sentiment. We see a galvanization of a commitment to the European project, to defense, to spending more, to releasing the fiscal brake. And that has actually created a giddiness or jubilation in Europe that we are going to start investing in ourselves.
Trump ends remarks.
In Europe. I see that.
All right, you'll hear from him soon. Bond's coming up for the first time.
There is going to be,
but look,
I think a lot
so
of
is the market
shifting in Europe.
So like I'm saying, watch the inverse.
Very well for Europe.
See when they start moving together. That might be our answer. Tesla ripping.
Still can happen in Europe.
Check Tesla.
Some of the regulatory
I don't think it's already up 9.
Structural differences with the US. So I think the US will primarily be grappling with a lot of uncertainty over the next 3.5 years. And Europe perhaps has lived with uncertainty. It has lived with fragmentation. But I think there's some cohesion coming to that now.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Europe has been living with it, and perhaps they're a little bit more well-positioned to move forward through that uncertainty. Ethan Devitt, Chief Global Market Strategist at Moneta, thank you so much. And to that end, banks in Europe up 21% so far this year. All right, coming up, we're going to take a look at one software company in particular, Adobe, set to announce its earnings after.
Oh, yeah, Adobe. I forgot about that. We read that in the morning. But yeah, it's still kind of up. I think it's at 2023 levels. This one might be a good earnings play. It's either going to die or rip, but it might cuck you. I don't know what it's priced in. That's the only problem. Like we talked about yesterday on the watch list, I just think earnings is going to be Squid Games. You guys know earnings is going to start again. Like before you know it, in like a week or two, it's going to be Nike. And then FedEx, and then another 2 weeks, you'll get the banks. And then before you know it, yeah, April, May, but it starts with Nike and FedEx right before. Yeah, it just ended pretty much, and now it's restarting. Damn, Adobe's pricing in a 9% move. That's a lot. Adobe, okay, SPY going down. He ended the remarks. We'll see when he starts talking. My goodness. So expensive. Google, Oracle, ANET, Disney, KKR. I mean, honestly, not a bad list. A couple of them are really high, but if you give yourself good, patience, I think that's a good list. I mean, they're not bad companies. It just all that matters is the valuation, really. And then SPY just started dropping again. Bonds started moving. Trump literally just ended the closed door session. You're gonna hear it live soon, or I guess everybody will, but I wouldn't read much into that. I don't know any of these moves today. There is a lot of back and forth. Like ANET a lot right now. Okay, bro. So that little weird ass melt up, they just wanted to kill all my premiums for a little bit. Actually, shit, I'm break even on that put. About to be. It's literally every 1 penny is 10%. So yeah, what the fuck? Again, my call went above where I bought it, but the premium didn't go. But that put's a lot more responsive. Very weird. But yeah, wait till we hear it live. Again, I told you, there's like a bunch of shit said during that. We just kind of ignored it. But remember, I was just showing you right there, you were watching the inverse. So right here, they both moved together, and then it broke again. Google flushing, Tesla flushing. Honestly, everything kind of flushing. But you're still up, but now you're back below VWAP. I'm shopping, but there's some expensive. That move just fucked everything up, too. What? How did these go for that much? Okay. Oh, I fucked up again. Damn it. I did a weekly instead of more time. I didn't mean to. There is an auction, yeah. Okay, I made a play. It's not related to the SPY. But see, I mean, again, that put, the one right before that rally, they went green again. So if you don't like it, get out of it. Very odd. That's it, man. The moves today, it's a lot different than the last couple. Again, it feels like we just went red light all of a sudden after the back and forth. But this is volatility. That's the whole point. You could go from crazy to nothing in a second and then wait tomorrow will either be nothing or a lot more, even the rest of the day. Okay, bonds coming down. Like I said, there was that little back and forth with all of them. They like matched up briefly. That's what I wanted to see, and then it broke. Who's the other one? All right, not bad. Oh, NVIDIA. Well, the premiums are just, they're moving a lot more aggressive than even yesterday. That's what I'm saying. Like, even the smallest move, you're going down 50%. That's what I'm saying. Even those puts, even after they have been killed, they went down 50%. And then you'll make one little move, and then they won't go green. I'm surprised the puts did briefly, but you're just getting this weird dynamic. Spreads are huge. I know. You got to be careful. Got to be careful. Well, remember, just try to get near the money. That's the only thing I don't like, is that whatever the premiums look like, if you're not there, like if it's not close, they won't move. That's sadly what we've seen a lot of. Yeah, Trump is going to go live any second now. We've already got to see it live. Or we got to hear it. Yeah, here it is.
We have tremendous business relationships with Ireland, and that will only get stronger. The relationship we have personally and every other way is very, very strong.
Dan, you already heard this. That's what I was saying. We get the headlines, then they replay it, and here we are.
Thank you very much.
May I thank you, President? It's a great honor for me to be here to celebrate St. Patrick's with you.
Right.
And I thank you for your hospitality and the warmth of your reception. And I commend you in terms of the work that you're doing, particularly in terms
Is that
of
a hot pink
fees
tie?
we discussed earlier.
That kind of goes hard. Not gonna lie, man. And then the Ireland guy has to wear green. That makes sense.
So the 100 days of this government, you've done some extraordinary things very quickly.
Thank you.
Everybody's watching in that respect. So
thank you.
Delighted to be here. It's an honor to be here.
Well, it's a great honor to have you, and special people, very special people. I know a lot of Irish, and growing up in New York, I know a couple of your people that used to live in that beautiful Ireland, and now they're here, but they love your country very much. You know, they have a great feeling toward your country.
They have, and a lot come back for holidays and
they come back.
Stuff like that, and checking out their family, ancestry and things like that. You know.
Great, fantastic people.
Some go to Doonbeg as well. Yeah.
And they go. We love Doonbeg. I love them. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. Maybe I won't, but I think I will. We'll get there. We're going to get there. It's a beautiful place, wonderful place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, on tariffs, how far
are you
worried? President Trump, how worried are you about the counter tariffs from the EU, which were announced yesterday? And also, how worried should Ireland be, given the fact that it has a massive trade surplus with the US, over $50 billion?
I love the Ireland accent.
Well, I don't think he looks nervous to me. And if he was nervous, he wouldn't show it. No, we do have a massive deficit with Ireland, because Ireland was very smart. They took our pharmaceutical companies away from presidents that didn't know what they were doing. And, you know, it's too bad that happened. It's a tremendous job. Look, the Irish are smart. You're smart people. And you took our pharmaceutical companies and other companies.
Okay, euro dropping. Remember, that's what led the first run up here.
Very good.
I might be using it, but then the pound is stable.
We had presidents.
God, today's a shit show of nothing. I don't know. I can't front, bro. We'll just see until it becomes easy. But like I was saying, that was your last shot to get out of that put if you wanted it.
Very badly. They have for years. I saw that. I had it out
Watch
with
Tech,
them
too, as a leader.
Did well, but we had to solve other problems, and we did. But European Union's been very tough. And it's our turn, too. You know, we get a turn at that also. But they have not been fair. They sue our companies, and win massive amounts of money. They sued Apple, won $17 billion.
Yeah, you already heard
And
this.
they use that for other reasons, I guess, or to run the European Union. So I'm not knocking it. They're
The
doing
Wicked
what they
movie?
should
I
be
don't
doing,
know. I've never
perhaps, in
seen
the
it.
European Union, but it does create ill will. And as you know, we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. Nobody can complain about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is. If they charge us, if they charge.
Oh, okay. If they charge us, April 2nd will be a big day.
We're charging them. Nobody can complain about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is. If they charge us 25 or be playing with electricity, it affects people's lives. Actually their life. I mean, it can affect, depending on weather, it can affect their life. So we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense that our country allows electricity to be made in another country and sold into us. Who did that deal for the United States? Okay, I looked at that long ago, and I said that's not something that's very smart. So we've had a lot of bad trade policies, and yet we're doing very well right now. But we're doing well because I won the election. If I didn't win the election, you would have had a very bad period.
That's
I think
why
a
we're
lot
doing
of the stock market going down was because of a really bad 4 years that we had. When you look at inflation and all of the other problems wars and inflation and so many other problems. But we're going to have very good years. We had, I don't know if you saw a little thing like the cost of eggs. Little to you, but big to people out there.
We do. We got a bunch of people out in Texas. Email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com.
We got it down. We did a lot of things.
Again, even Mexico coming down, but
Secretary of Agriculture and
other
we did a
currencies
lot of
faded,
things that got
pounds
the cost of
holding,
eggs down
but
very
still we're
substantially.
in this
And
awkward
so many
zone
other
still
things.
from the
A very
morning.
big thing that I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65 a barrel.
That's good.
And that's faster than I would have attempted. We put on the gas. We stepped in the gas in order to get oil, and what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are going to be coming down with it. So in a very short period of time, we've done a very good job. And I think that the tariffs that we're talking about, and again, reciprocal, I think that the tariffs, there are some cases where they're a little beyond reciprocal because, we've been abused for a long time as a country.
Record out. Yeah, there was the CTA stuff the other day.
And
but
we
today,
will be abused no longer.
Today has its own
retaliation.
plan.
The EU retaliation. Education, sir, would you describe for us, is this meeting your vision by cutting about half the workforce? And what responsibility do you feel to the civil servants who have now lost their jobs? Many of them worked at the Department of Education during their first term.
Sure, I do. I feel very badly, but many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. Many of them.
I feel terrible, but they don't work.
Kelly. And unfortunately, and that's not good. And when we cut, we go, and that's what I had a number of meetings with a lot of people over the last.
I mean,
couple
that's
of
the
months.
point, though, you guys.
When we cut,
yesterday was amazing. Today is not. But do you realize that if you could handle today without losing what you did good on, that's a fucking win. You see what I'm saying? So I'm 0 for 2 right now, but I don't give a fuck because we went 9 for fucking 9 the other day, and the first 2 that I made are tiny. So don't let. That's the win, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna get way better if you know when to stop and go with the market. Don't fight it. And that I think is a win. If we can, and again, we weren't prepared. Got a little jumpy, and we made some, but it's not there. It was. We knew it's not there. So you have to learn to listen to that. And that's going to be what's going to take you a long way, I think.
Maybe more so than any other place. Has a lot of people that can be cut. They're number one, not showing up to work. Number 2, they're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number 1 in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But we have a dream. And you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education. And You have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Finland, you have various countries that do very well. You also have China that does very well in education, which is a pretty big tribute to China, I must say. 1.4 billion, and they're in the top 10, and it's pretty amazing. So we can't blame size anymore. You know, normally you'd blame size. It's too big, how can you do it? But China does it. So we think when you move it back to Iowa and Indiana and all the states that run so well, there's so many, I could name 30, maybe almost 40. Those will be as good as Denmark, those will be as good as Norway, and they'll be as good as any of these. I believe they'll be as good as any. Now then you're going to have 10 that won't be so great. You're going to have 5 that will not be good at all, but we'll work with them and we'll get them to be good. But what we want to do is always school choice, but we're going to do school choice, and we're doing it. But we want education to be moved back where the states run education, where the parents of the children will be running education, where governors that are doing a very good job will be running education, not run. I drive through the city and I see like so many buildings, Department of Education, Department of big buildings, and by the way, they're empty. Nobody shows up to work. So I think Linda did a very good job.
Mr. President, do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or a conversation? What would be your
I won't comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire. If it kicks in, we have to see. It's up to Russia now. But we've had a good relationship with both parties, actually, and we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia. And if we do, I think that would be 80% of the way to getting this horrible bloodbath finished. It's a bloodbath is taking place over there. On average, 2,000 to 3,000 young people a week are being killed in that stupid war that would have never happened if I were president. So we have people going over there, Mr. VP. Do you have anything to say about it? Because you're very much involved. What's going to happen?
What?
Well, we've got some conversations that are happening
He shows up
on the phone and in person with some of our representatives.
So
over the
he
next couple
goes
of
to
days.
the interviews
As
with the president?
Said, we think that we're in a very good place where the Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire, and we're now going to see
is
whether we
weird.
can get the Russians to agree to a ceasefire too. And we'll certainly have news on that when we find out that news.
Are you confident?
So people actually inform the vice president of stuff? So he actually knows things?
We haven't spoken to him yet with
No.
substance, because we just found out and we just were able to get Ukraine to agree.
That's so weird.
We're going to know very soon. I've gotten some positive messages, but a positive message means nothing. This is a very serious situation. This is a situation that could lead to World War III. And Biden should have never let it happen. Incompetence allowed this to happen. This shouldn't have happened. October 7th in the Middle East should have never happened with Israel. The horrible leaving, the way they left Afghanistan should have never happened. Inflation should have never happened. You know, we have great inflation numbers, by the way, just got released. Inflation is way down, and it's based on what we've done, and we've done it in a very short period of time. You know, we had virtually no inflation for 4 years. We had
Airbus
almost no
next-gen
inflation. When
helicopters.
these characters took over it, we went from no inflation to the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. So it's very interesting. Go ahead.
Are you going to retaliate against
And by the way, I have to speak of inflation. I love these socks. What's with these socks?
Socks?
It's in honor of the T-shirts.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's socks.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what?
I was saying to you that the United States is recognized as having such an important role in the peace process, and yet half the parties from the Northern Ireland government have decided not to come to St. Patrick's Day celebrations.
They haven't, what?
They haven't come over, they're boycotting the St. Patrick's Day celebration.
What are they boycotting?
They are talking about your position on Gaza as one of the reasons why they
Oh, I haven't heard that. I really haven't heard that. Look.
Can I just say, I'd like to pay tribute to the President on the peace initiatives. The one thing we've learned in Ireland about the peace process.
I love his
and
accent.
I recall back in the early 90s. When
You
the
guys
first
is terrible.
tentative steps to get peace in Ireland, people criticised people like John Hume or people like Albert Renner.
I'm surprised I didn't date an Ireland girl, bro.
They kept going.
This is crazy.
And when we
I
got
love
that
this
ceasefire,
accent. It's beautiful.
in 1993, okay, it took a number of years to get the comprehensive peace settlement. But the guns more or less largely went silent.
It's a beautiful
the war in
accent.
Ukraine is a devastating war on young people.
Yeah, bond auction. Get the when issued 4315.
Is to be commended. We all have children. I mean, we would be shocked at the prospect of young people losing
Don't
their
let
lives.
Swiss Miss hear you. Well, listen, you guys.
Be the Ukrainian
I
people
don't say anything out loud about my partner
I think is an extremely
that I
positive
wouldn't
thing.
say
And there will be all sorts of
to her,
people having
okay?
qualifications on it, all the
So
rest
you
of it.
should do the
It's our job
same.
then to work on it and to try
But
and
don't
do it.
ever assume that I'm
I
disrespecting
will
her
say,
because
and
she
thank you
knows
for
I'm
that,
funny.
I will say,
You know that?
last week, 2,500
Like, she loves me.
young people
She
died.
knows I am
While we
actually
sit
a
here and
comedic
talk.
genius.
And while they talk about
So she gets it.
peace,
She
but
gets it.
They've been talking about peace. This should have never happened. This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. That's what makes me more angry than anything else, because you've had far more people die than they report, than these people report. For whatever reason.
4315.
Far more people. The numbers are far more devastating. You'll find that out someday, and it doesn't affect.
I would tell you the bond
very
would
much.
come out
They're-
on the
they're not
wire,
Irish,
but
and they're not
I don't want
from
this to be
my
awkward.
country. They're from Russia mostly, almost all from Russia and from Ukraine. And people could say, why are you doing this? Why are you involved in that? Because 2,000 people a week are dying. And they have families, and they have mothers, and they have fathers, and they have sisters, and they have brothers and friends. And they're dying. And I've seen the pictures, the satellite pictures that we see all the time. And it looks like Gettysburg in its prime.
I got you, bro.
Because that was
Not
they say,
now,
one of
but
the most
later I'll
horrific
get to you.
battles ever. You have kids lying all over these fields that are dead because the weapons.
Okay,
today are
where are we at?
unbelievable, between drones and
4310.
Various types
That's
of
good.
guns. I'm not even
Positive
talking about
auction,
beyond
barely,
that,
by
but the big
.005.
babies, you understand what I mean? I hate to even mention the
4310. When
nuclear
issued was
name. I hate to mention
4315.
But you have
Direct
weapons
bid was
today that are so
lower, indirect
powerful.
was higher.
And
I don't know
see
the bid to
kids
cover.
every week. I see
259.
pictures
That's actually
kids
kind of
are
high.
all over the field dead.
I
They're
think.
dead.
I want to say
Beautiful
that's higher
kids.
than average.
They're dead.
So yeah, it was a good auction.
And
More
They're
covering.
not from here and they're not from where you are. but
Yeah, bid to cover
he's
259.
working
Previous
very-
was
We're all
24.
working hard to get this
A little
thing
higher.
finished. It's crazy over nothing, and it's not going to go anywhere. It's just a terrible situation. And I think we have a chance to get it done. So we've gotten half of it as a ceasefire, and if we can get Russia to stop, then we have a full ceasefire, and I think it'll never go back to war. I think something will.
Can I ask you about Ireland's relationship with Israel? There's been a lot of talk recently. The government are looking to bring in what's called the Occupied Territories Bill, which would ban goods from occupied territories. I know you met with Prime Minister Netanyahu recently. Did Ireland come up in that conversation? Did he raise any concerns about the Irish government?
One thing I'll tell you, you're not from Israel, that's for sure, huh? She's definitely not from Israel. It's an interesting question coming from you. We talk about everything.
He said, I like
Israel
your
and
accent. You don't
undersea,
sound
you
like
can
you're
say
from
it.
Israel.
They had to fight back. October
Doesn't sound
7th
like
was a
you're
terrible
Israeli.
thing. People don't like to mention it. but
Weird.
It was a terrible, terrible day in the life of the world. And it's amazing the way people don't mention that, but it was, I've never seen anything like it. Those are other clips I get to see. You know, as president, you get to see clips that you'd rather not see, but I see clips, and that is a terrible day for the world. And we're working hard with Israel. We're working hard to see if we can solve the problem.
Can I go to the bathroom?
I will say I just saw 10 hostages, and they were treated really badly. They were really treated badly. I was shocked. I asked them, was there any kindness shown? They were in there. One was in there for 500 days. One was 323 days. I said, was there any, 10 of them, I said, was there any kindness displayed? Like, did they ever, like, say, don't worry, you'll be okay? Or give you a little wink, or give you, like, an extra slice of bread or something? And everybody said, all of these people said, zero. It was hatred. It was pure hatred. So, I mean, that's a very deep-seated problem.
Would you give the Taoiseach some advice? Would you give the Taoiseach some advice? Ireland is in the midst of a housing crisis now, and I know you've a lot of experience as a businessman. How can the state build tens of thousands of houses at speed?
You know why they have a housing crisis? Because they're doing so well. They can't produce houses fast enough. That's a good problem, not a bad problem.
That's a very good answer, President.
Congratulations. No, it's true.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU, Mr. President? Mr. President, will you?
Everybody should have that problem. That's okay.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU?
I know this gentleman. He'll get it solved.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU? Will you respond to their retaliation?
Oh, of course I'm going to respond.
You will retaliate
The problem
with more
is
tariffs.
our country didn't respond. Look, the EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
Including Ireland? Is Ireland taking advantage of the US?
Of course they are. I can't, I have great respect for Ireland and what they did. And they should have done just what they
Well, even
did.
though he's right next
But the
to me,
United
of
States
course.
shouldn't have let it happen. We had stupid leaders. We had leaders that didn't have a clue. Or let's say they weren't business people, but they didn't have a clue what was happening. And all of a sudden, Ireland has, our pharmaceutical companies.
Okay,
and
bond's
other
still
things.
ripping. I mean,
This
market came
beautiful
down. It's
island
reacting to
of-
the bond auction, though.
island of 5 million people. It's got the entire U.S. pharmaceutical industry in its grasp. And, you mentioned housing and you mentioned other things. I mean, I have property in Ireland, as you know, and I love it. It does great. But I'd like to see the United States not have been so stupid for so many years, not just with Ireland, with everybody. I looked at trade deals. I was telling the group yesterday, I looked at trade deals in term one. It's one of the reasons I decided I had to do this, because somebody had to straighten it out, and I didn't see anybody that was going to. I looked at trade deals that were so bad, I'd actually say, how is it possible that this could have happened? Who would have been so stupid to let these deals happen? For instance, when the pharmaceutical companies started to go to Ireland, I would have said, that's okay if you want to go to Ireland. I think it's great. But if you want to sell anything into the United States, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on you. So you're never going to be able to sell anything
Whoa.
into the United States. You know what they would have done?
Yeah, 200.
They would have stayed here.
That part he didn't get in the headline. But again, the market barely reacted when we heard it. Maybe that's what he was saying about the flexibility. That's the highest tariff you've heard so far.
Well, we are planning to.
Again,
lower
he's just
taxes,
talking,
yeah,
though,
if the
nothing about
Democrats
action.
behave, but the
That's just a
Democrats
fat
have no
number,
clue.
yeah.
You saw that
Remember,
the
we
other
had
night
earlier
during the speech.
details.
2 young women were slaughtered by illegal aliens. 1 young man has very serious cancer and many other problems. We look at the people up there. They all had difficulty, very serious difficulty. But when we're talking about 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, Lake and Riley, and, you know the whole story. That evening was a disaster for the Democrats, in my opinion. And I would mention, and I'd see 2 mothers that were inconsolable as they stood.
Yeah, he's saying I
crying.
would have done it, but you have to think
Their
about
daughters
it.
have been
Is that what he's?
absolutely just
Is that his
destroyed, killed,
idea for
viciously killed.
pharmaceuticals, though? Is
And
that the
young
range? Because
man
remember,
loves the police department.
pharma is a critical good. That's the part
cancer
nobody
and has
realizes.
cancer,
I don't know
very bad
why. The
There
media
wasn't
tells you to
a-
freak out about fucking
people sitting there,
steel, which you don't really
Democrats,
actually
there wasn't
import that
a
much of, or
hand
again,
clap.
60 billion
Nobody stood.
versus 230
Stone
billion of
faced.
pharmaceutical
These
imports.
people are sick. There's
So it's
something
big
wrong
and
with
it's
them.
critical. We can't make
no standing
the
for
pharma like anybody
The only
else.
thing they
We
liked
need
is
it.
when they heard about the
So
death
that is
taking
important.
place with Ukraine. They were happy about that.
But again, right when we
They were
heard
happy
it, the
about
reaction
that.
was very, very minimal.
Pocahontas
Even
was
now,
very
I don't
happy.
even know what to
She's the
call
one
it.
who was slapped.
I think
That's why
today
I
is
looked
its
at her. I
own
said,
little
"Oh, it's
weird day.
Pocahontas." These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. He's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
Okay. Right, he just said, I'm pretty sure Schumer is a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish.
There's
Now
no
he's a
inconsistency.
Palestinian.
Only with NBC,
Odd.
which is one of the
Odd.
worst networks on television, by the way. Let me just tell you the inconsistency. I have the right to adjust. And I was called by
This was that
the
headline.
automakers, as an example, General Motors, Ford, etc. The big 3, the big 4, and they asked me to do them a favor. Could I delay it for a period of 4 weeks so that they're not driven into a little bit of a disaster for them? They actually love what I'm doing, but they had a problem. And I'm not like a block that just, I won't delay. I have
He did my voice.
It's not called inconsistency, it's called flexibility. And I think you want me to be flexible too.
Is flexibility going to be your ongoing view toward?
Sure, I'll always have flexibility, but there will be very little flexibility once we start. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for the United States of America. The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other countries and by, frankly, incompetent U.S. leadership, grossly incompetent. I gave you an example of Ireland. I would have never let that happen. Impossible for that to have happened. But we're going to take back our wealth, and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left are coming back. If you haven't read, we have the biggest computer chip company ever, has virtually all of the market. I didn't call them, they called me. And they called for two reasons. Number one, we had a great election of somebody that they want running the country. And we won in a big mandate. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won by 2,750 districts to 500. Think of that, 2,750 districts to 500. That's why the map, when you looked at it, was entirely red, meaning Republican. Not meaning communist. Meaning so anyway, look, this country needed somebody to defend it. It's this big, beautiful place that was being ripped off by illegal immigrants coming in from prisons, coming in from mental institutions, gang members, gang leaders, drug dealers, pouring into our country with the open borders. I am so angry at the last 4 years at what they've done to our country, what they've done to this country between inflation, but maybe the most that bothers me is that they would allow millions of people to come into our country that are stone cold murderers, killers, drug dealers, the worst gang members, the worst people allowed into our country, and we're now getting them out. We're going to get them out. We're getting them out. I want to thank Tom Homan, by the way. He's doing a great job. And I want to thank Kristi Noem, who's doing a fantastic job. This is a job that's so unnecessary. This should have never happened. This should have never happened. So we're bringing back our country in many ways, not only financially, and financially we'll be stronger than ever before. I think the market's
okay. Europe leveling. Market ignored that whole euro move.
What, I'm called every day by numerous.
This is old. We already have all the headlines, but we're
yesterday.
Still in the same little. Again, it's kind of precarious here, but generally, there's not one macro factor really pointing in any direction.
The boss, the people that run the top 150 companies. 150 people showed up. Every single company.
Went down. Well, listen, Owen, I let you slide on the first one, but if you keep asking me about Stream Alert shit and then disclosing the info, I'm going to ban you from both, okay? So take a lap. Stop bugging me on them and don't make those plays if you're going to keep talking and then remind me about them and be annoying about them, okay? Thank you. I really would appreciate that. Otherwise, you got to move on.
It would be great if the Democrats would do what's right for our country for a change, because
we're members only on chat. You can listen if you're not a member, but we are going to move to Philo soon.
They think that people pouring into our country from prisons, jails, murderers. We have 11,088 murderers that were allowed into, people that murdered people, half of which murdered more than one person. In our country, we're getting them the hell out. But who would run it? Who would allow this to happen? Who would allow men to play in women's sports? And they're still fighting it. It's got to be a 95% issue. But they're on television this morning. I see this person, a Democrat, say, we should have the right. No. Men should not be, they're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women. And they should not, and they're also demeaning women. But who would want these things? And everything's transgender. Everybody transgender. That's all you hear about. Now, that's why we won the election in record numbers. But very importantly, now it is what it is. The Democrats should get with us and come up with good tax policy so that Ireland and other countries can't take our businesses away from us. And he understands exactly. You guys did the right thing. I'm not upset with you. I think I respect what you've done. You've done a great job. But our people did a very bad job.
How advanced are your plans to try and bring some of those companies back to America? Will you be briefing?
Well, I'd love to have him back. I mean, I'd love to have him back, but he'll be fighting me on it.
I mean, what I would say, President, if I could 1 second, just make a point. It's a two-way street too, and we are investing a lot more in America now. And people may not realize, but Ryanair, one of our biggest airlines, for example,
I'll trade.
AirCap,
I'll trade.
they buy more. The two of them together buy more Boeing airplanes than anybody else outside of America. That's a little known fact. It doesn't turn up in the statistics, but Ryanair and AirCap, big aircraft leasing company, Irish company, have done great work with Boeing and huge investments over the last couple of years. You know, so and there's a lot of Irish companies here now, about 700 odd Irish companies based in America. Glanbia, Smurfit, Rock, I was saying to you this morning, a lot of them creating thousands of jobs in America. And it's only fair. I mean, that's correct.
That's right.
That's the way it should happen. And I think it's a very good relationship we have.
Yeah, 10-year auction was good, but the bonds already wiped it out. It sucks because that was kind of giving us a signal with the bond ratio, but then it.
I understand where you're coming from fully. But I think it's a relationship that we can develop and that will endure into the future and will change, it will adapt, and you're evolving and you're doing things.
And they've done a very good job. Now, I just will say this. But with all that we've said, we can talk about Ryanair. There's a massive deficit. I don't mean by a little bit. I mean, there's a massive deficit that we have with Ireland and with other countries too. And we want to sort of even that out as nicely as we can, and we'll work together. We're going to work together great, but the deficit is massive. When you hear this one?
You said earlier that it was now up to Russia in terms of the ceasefire.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can do in terms of pressuring Russia or in terms of sanctions? Or what can you do?
We can, but I hope it's not going to be necessary. Sure, we can pressure.
Reverse repo, 131 billion.
Remember this, Russia took Georgia.
Kind of just see what happens. If bonds go up, we go down. I'm waiting for the matchup, though. But like I said, all the macro today's weird, bro. We knew it from the morning, but now 4 hours in,
they tried
it's
to take
still
the whole thing
the same.
from Biden. They're going for the whole ball of wax. Who was the only one that never took anything from Trump? And in fact, I'm the one that stopped Nord Stream 2, the pipeline, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world. I stopped it. It was dead. And then Biden got in and he approved it. Nobody mentions that. What I did to Russia was very tough. I was the toughest ever. But nope, they never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from Sleepy Joe Biden. With Biden, they wanted to take the whole country, but I think I've stopped that, but we'll see. But yeah, there are things you could do that wouldn't be pleasant in a financial sense. I can do things financially that would be very bad for Russia. I don't want to do that because I want to get peace. I want to see peace, and we'll see. But in a financial sense, yeah, we could do things very bad for Russia. It would be devastating for Russia, but I don't want to do that because I want to see peace. And we're getting close to maybe getting something done. We've got Ukraine done, and as you know, I've always said that Ukraine might have been the more difficult party. You were here a week ago when some interesting things happened. I had somebody that didn't seem to want peace. Now he's agreed to peace. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, see, those are those comments I was saying. Every time we be kind of shaky on the whole Ukraine thing, the market likes it, but then it doesn't know what to do.
Gas prices going down, airline prices going down. This is for
You got a Bitcoin run? Yeah, Bitcoin woke up. That's the only other asset now. It was the euro or the pound, but now, yeah, Bitcoin's it's going though. That's $2,000 off the bottom.
America great again. If you could run on MEGA, make Ireland great again, what would your number one issue be for people in Ireland right now to make your country stronger? And I've got a two-part question to that as well.
Yeah. The number one issue in Ireland is housing, to be honest, and I think it was correctly pointed out. We've got to build more houses. We've got to build them faster.
Okay, SPY just working its way up. Again, Bitcoin, that's if you want to look for risk on. Rally, remember, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, correlation is intact, so that could be a sign right there. Maybe look at the cues if Bitcoin keeps going. Or this might be the spot.
Very happy, fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland and below your happiness level?
That's true. Thank you. I like that question.
Because Rosie O'Donnell did move to Ireland recently.
Do you know who she is? Do you know who she is?
Yeah.
You better off not. You're better off not knowing.
That's hilarious.
Inform the president your views on Gaza, considering that you have diametrically opposed positions on the state of Palestine. Your country is one of three in Europe that recognizes the state of Palestine. Are you expecting to discuss this with the president? Are you expecting to inform him?
Trump's like, fuck, she sounds like she's from there. Damn, okay. Because he was about to say, so he's like, are you Irish? You can't ask that. Oh, damn, she might be. She could ask it. Okay, never mind.
Went to get a ceasefire. We've been calling for a ceasefire for a long time. We wanted to consolidate the peace. That is our fundamental aim. We want the hostages out. I've been saying it from day one. It's a horrific thing to do to take someone as a hostage. And I went to...
I like Ireland. I like this guy. He's disagreed with Trump. He's done it nicely. He's not like, I don't know. This is the first European on a public stage who has not acted like a child in front of Trump and tried to make it like really, very respectful. Both ways. They have both agreed and disagreed with each other. Even Trump is not, not being rude to him as well. I think, two competent people discussing problems. I agree. I very like Ireland right now. It's a very good one.
Let me finish. And then we need a ceasefire. We need to consolidate that. We need to surge.
Because again, his views are different on the war too. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's a Ukraine supporter, and I think he is a lot more just straightforward and respectful in all of this. Yeah, it's a very civil conversation. I like it a lot.
It's been our view that a two-state solution would be ideal. It's become much more challenging and difficult as times.
Yeah, listen to this answer. This is even, and you see where he stands.
Our position, but it's genuinely to have people, because we've gone through this. We discussed this prior to you coming in. We've been through some of this. People hating each other, terrible acts of violence carried out on each other.
Okay, you're getting right back to that little random drop from that melt.
That Arab and Jewish people can live side by side, and I've met with people, parents of.
Maybe that's why it was just a melt up. This wasn't a dramatic presser, nothing. This is chill.
It's difficult work.
What about the president's plans to expel Palestinians out of Gaza? Are you discussing that with him and giving him your...
Nobody's expelling any Palestinians. I don't know. Who are you with?
I'm with Voice of America, sir.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, Voice of
Taoiseach, how he feels about the president just saying that he would like to take back US companies, pharma companies based in Ireland?
Well, I think the pharmaceutical companies in Ireland are doing very well, as the President has outlined. Again, I think it's about that two-way partnership. I understand fully where the President is coming from. I think there's actually room, now we can discuss all this, I think there's room for those companies to grow in America, and many of them, by the way, have already...
I mean, the vibe is good, but you have to realize this guy disagrees with Trump on more things than not. That's why I'm saying, though, I think it's going very well, though. I like it a lot. And I think this is a good image of what will reduce political and stock market volatility. This type of shit right here, where we could have these discussions, go over relevant policy without everybody jumping to tantrums, whether it's media, markets, or politicians. Because this is normal, dude. This is not anything odd, and like I'm saying, they disagree. This isn't... He's talked about it. He said they've taken advantage of us still. And it's similar rhetoric in some areas, but this is a way, way different vibe.
Quite a while.
Yes.
Yeah, straight up. If this was the same Canadian energy, we would be a lot more choppier, I think.
How do you assess the...
So again, you're moving back up. Maybe that was it. Maybe you just got a day of normal politics.
I think it
or you just got a day of political calmness, realistically.
And we have a very complex situation solved on one side, pretty much solved. We've also discussed land and other things that go with it. We're not just doing it and saying ceasefire. We don't know what's happening.
That's what I'm saying. He brought up pharmaceuticals, and this didn't turn into a weird drama. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's why, because how it was handled.
The details of what has to go, because we don't want to be wasting time. We don't want to be wasting time while people are dying. I mean, as we're sitting here...
Yeah, VIX is slowly going down. Very good call.
People die.
So watch out. VIX is hitting a new low and bonds before breaking out here.
Farmland, and it's dead flat. There's no protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a human body. And these are bodies that are young people, and they're stopping a lot of bullets because a lot of bullets are flying across those level fields. Dead flat, no protection whatsoever. It is a disaster. And so I hope he's going to.
Oh, I was looking at the QQQ.
Have a ceasefire.
I don't know. I don't like any of the plays.
You are using the American leverage to get a lot of political issues.
Well, I don't want to get into that, but if I had to, I'm the only one that's dealt with them successfully. Everyone else, I went through it. Bush didn't deal with them successfully, dealt with them terribly, got ripped off. And Obama was a disaster. You know, they have with Obama, he gave them sheets, and I gave them anti-tank missiles. You know that, right? It's called Javelin. You know the Javelin? I'm the one that gave them the Javelins. People don't say that. And then they say, oh, Trump has a great relationship with Russia. I'm the one that gave him the Javelins.
Javelina.
Obama gave him sheets. That's an expression. He gave sheets, I gave javelins. So,
Mr. President, how worried should the undocumented Irish be about your administration that you don't round them up and send them home again?
oh, I think the Irish love Trump. We won the Irish with a tremendous amount of vote. I want to thank you.
How many undocumented Irish do we have?
In the 80s with Irish. I got the Irish vote. I think I have it locked up pretty good, unless I did something very stupid, like drained your company, your wonderful place of all of its companies. If I drained Ireland of all of the companies, maybe I'd lose the Irish vote. I don't know. But right now, no. I love it. I've been there many times, as you know, yes. And we don't want to do anything to hurt Ireland. We want it, but we do want fairness, and he understands that. No, that's enough, Kelly. Thank you.
That's enough, Kelly.
I can't hear.
Mr. President, it's Irish American Appreciation Month. You've named it there. Who's your favorite Irish person?
Oh, there's so many. Are you kidding me? Well, I do happen to like your fighter. He's got the best tattoos I've ever seen. I don't know if I'm a big, but that.
Conor
McGregor. Boy, you have. Well, Conor's great, right? You know, talking about Conor, but you have a lot of great Irish fighters, actually. Great fighters. I don't know what that is, but Ireland's always had a lot of good fighters. You know why? Because they're tough people. They're smart people and they're passionate people. And they really have been over the years. So many. I think your father was a great fighter, right?
He was, sure did.
Wow. And yet, look at you, you're so smooth and so.
He was a very good defensive boxer. He could weave.
He was a really good.
He was a good boxer, yeah.
Bro, this is all. I've never seen a European in the room with Trump, and then they're all having fun. Like even Macron was a little awkward.
Okay, let's a couple of more from somebody that didn't answer.
I see they're all having fun. Ireland, yeah. They're great people, tough people.
Who? Oh, Apple's been treated very badly.
Very bad.
Had tremendously bad luck. I thought they had a very good lawsuit, but they lost.
We fought with them.
$16 billion. $16 billion, and they're after a lot of our American companies. See, that's what's unfair. It's the European Union. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the European Union. The European Union's gone after our companies. And Apple's a great company, and they have to give $17 billion on a lawsuit that I didn't think was a good lawsuit. No, that's not good. No, the European, we have a problem with the European Union. They don't take our farm products. They don't take our cars. We take millions of cars.
This is where that car hit. We went down on this headline earlier.
And everything.
But again, this already hit here. I was here when that hit.
I said to Angela Merkel at the time, I said, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in the
ADM considered to selling its future clearing arm?
You're right. We have none. That's the way it is. We have none. No, I'm not happy with the European Union, I want to tell you. And,
will you put tariffs
and
on
we're
cars?
going to win that. We're going to win that financial battle. It's a financial
it hasn't popped, but I think that has to do with them. Is that for hedging food and commodities? Weird.
Think of it. They have millions of cars coming in. Millions and millions of cars. One of probably the largest. Japan's very big too. But and they don't accept our cars.
I mean, yeah, you don't go to Europe and see a bunch of F-150s.
We have their cars. They don't have our farm products. We have the greatest farmers in the world.
I drive a Mercedes. Shit, I don't know what to tell you.
So, you know, things are going to change unless they do what they have to do. And
no
they know
one
what
in my
they have to do.
girlfriend's family owns an
This is not
American
gonna be
vehicle.
a tough battle. In my opinion, not going to be tough. Just like when Ontario charged us, everybody said, "Oh, they just charged." I said, "This will be won in 1 hour," and they announced what we were going to do, and they withdrew their little threat. And what they don't say in Canada is that
did F-250 in London. I think that's a
270%.
declaration of
Have you
war.
ever heard that? We have
Honestly,
tariffs on, dairy
I really
products.
think they would. They'd be
Canada,
like, "It's
270%.
battling." Oh
Going
my
up to
gosh, the emissions,
400%.
diesel.
You never hear
Look
that.
at the
Canada
diesel
is
fuel.
Absolutely. one of
Oh
the
my
worst.
goodness.
And we, when I say worst in terms of charging tariffs, the dairy products, they charge our farmers 240, 250, 270, and 400%. Okay? Think of that for dairy product. And we charge them like peanuts. You know why? Because we've been improperly run for so many years. I had that all settled in my first term. But then, of course, Biden, you know, he let everything go to hell. One of the things we did is we took
Okay,
from China
Spy
hundreds of
breaking out a
billions of
little
dollars,
bit.
and I have great respect for
Unfortunately, any of your calls in the morning, they
understood
have
that.
some
You
value, but
understood
they're
it was a
down.
one-way street.
That's
You
it.
can't
This
have a
was a
one-way
premium crapper.
One more question.
You're only going to get if you're near the money by $2 or so. But
So
you are moving up. VIX started leading it down. Bitcoin was running.
Wouldn't that be a
Euro is
stupid
doing
thing for me
decent,
to
and then the
say?
pound. But other than that, it's still kind of the morning. But now Dow and Russell are in the green. So you are recovered, and now you're just back to the CPI pin low level of the morning.
Well, we're going to talk. We're going to be talking really to the European Union. You know, I will tell you this one little. We'll end it with this. So I have a property, a big property in
We'll end
Ireland
it with
that
this.
you know well. It's one of the most highly rated hotels in all of Europe. It's beautiful. Doonbeg. It's a beautiful 600 acres on the ocean, and everybody knows it. And we have a beautiful hotel. And I was going to do a project there, a big expansion of the place. This was when I was a civilian, before the presidency, before I even thought about the presidency. But I was going to do a really beautiful expansion of because it does very well. And I got the approvals from Ireland so quickly. They were so professional. They wanted it. You know, it's economic development, it's jobs, it's construction jobs, a big expansion, beautiful expansion. And
You
but I was
condemn
told
me for
something
being
that
up
bothered
since
me.
5
They said,
a.m.?
Sir, you also
You
have
meant
to get
commend,
approved by
right?
the European Union.
Why would you
I
condemn
said,
me
why
for
do I have
that?
to go to the European
That's
Union to
crazy.
expand a hotel that's in Ireland? They said, well, that's the way it is.
But yeah, daylight savings,
I
bro,
said,
man.
well,
I don't know.
Shouldn't that
I be
go
getting,
fast?
I
They
be
said,
waking
no,
up
it'll take
tired
at
in the
least 7
morning.
years.
I don't know how to describe it.
You gave me the approval in about 4 weeks. It was a beautiful professional. If you took 4 years, you would
Oh,
have
I'm
done
sorry
a
to
better
hear,
job.
Daddy
You know,
Trez.
everything
I
was
hope
done
you're feeling good,
environmentally,
man.
everything. There's no reason
I
to say
appreciate you
very
too,
long.
man.
I had everything from Ireland.
Let's go. Take
in
care of your son, bro.
4 weeks.
And live on in good
And then
honor.
I hired somebody. He said the process will be from 5 to 7 years. And I said, oh, really? And then I found out that they weren't playing games. Think
ADM
about how
going
bad that
up.
is for your country. So that was my first experience with the European Union. And I dropped the project. I just said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go 7 years to expand something. But I have to, I'll
Is that
hand it
gold
to
again?
Ireland. You were so professional, so
Dude.
good. But I don't know
Gold
why.
had a big day today.
European Union had to approve it. And with them, it was
Again, with
it
lower
was- it was good.
CPI.
And that's the European Union. So it was a very bad experience I had.
Just say, President, you have the distinction of being, I think, the only president that has physically invested in Ireland.
Well, that's
through
good.
your Doonbeg.
And it's been a good
And
investment.
it's I mean, for anybody, you should go there. It's just stunning.
I love this.
No, I mean, the thing is, even if you don't play golf, I mean, it
He
is a
just
stunning
complimented
landscape.
a Donald
Your
Trump
people-
property.
Your people have restored it very
Oh,
well,
no.
And our people are going to continue
Oh, no, media. What are you going to do?
to do it
Oh,
also
no.
and so on like that.
They've had a great.
What a
they've had
weak
great
European
relationship.
leader.
And the local people.
Oh, no.
Councillor Rita McInerney texted me
Oh.
last week to say, tell President Trump to thank his
You
family,
think he's a Nazi now?
The way they
No?
with the local community.
Oh, I don't. He's probably a terrible person, huh? Yeah.
I love Rory. I think Rory's great. He's a great golfer. He just won 2 weeks ago. He's a great guy. I played golf with him 3 weeks ago. And he's really a fantastic player. He's in good form, too. When he played with me, he played very well, I can tell you. No, Rory certainly is one of the favorites. He's always going to be one of them. He's a very talented guy. He's a very good person, too.
Are you planning to visit Cuba, Mr. President?
Yeah, the Irish guy gets it. This is the difference between
hope
posting
soon.
your plays in the
if we
chat
meet,
and
we'll
not.
meet at Doonbeck, okay.
Everybody else don't
But
post
I
their
hope to
plays.
be able to
And they're like, oh, this guy posted his plays. He's respectful. They get along. That's how exactly he gets
Well,
it.
NATO has to treat
so
us
post your
fairly.
plays,
If they
Chad.
pay their bills
Post
and
your
if they
plays.
do what they're supposed to do. When I first got involved with NATO, as you know, they weren't paying their bills. There were 28 countries, and most of them weren't paying. And I got them to pay, and they paid billions and billions of dollars. I made a certain statement that I'm not going to be involved with NATO unless you're going to pay your bills. And I was asked a question: if we don't pay, are you going to help us? I said, no. If you don't pay, you're saying you're delinquent. A real estate term. You're delinquent. You're not paying your rent. You're not paying your bills.
Verizon on the high. They flushed the other day.
Took in,
They're still down.
Your Secretary General will tell you, he was very generous to me. He said, I've never seen anything like it. Money came in by the billions and billions and billions of dollars, and NATO became much stronger. Now, NATO's expended a lot of that money in fighting this horrible war. It's too bad they had to do that. But they had the money from me. I was the one that got people to pay. The countries, most of the countries were not paying, or they were paying a very small amount. So we'll see. But NATO can be a force for the good, absolutely.
Would you like to see Ireland join NATO, Mr. President?
That's up to Ireland.
Would you think Ireland and the EU are too close? Do you think that perhaps, like you said,
We are very close.
No, Ireland and the EU. Do you think there's too close a relationship there? Do you think there needs to be a separation, like you said, if you can't get planning permission when you can get it in Ireland, but you can't get it in the EU? Do you think?
Well, look,
I like banks in the short term.
Personal experience that Ireland
I don't know
treated me
about
very
Goldman,
well,
but
and the, EU
generally
was terrible,
banks
and they
sold
stopped
off. They're
really
still
a
kind of bullish. They
magnificent,
benefit off low yield.
Addition. It was a
I'm
big deal
not.
from the
I'm
standpoint
not
of the
against
world.
them.
It wasn't like the things we're talking about now, but it would have been a very beautiful addition. And they stopped it, which is bad for Ireland, and I don't know why. I don't know why it would take 5 to 7 years to get something approved, but that's what it was. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We're headed out.
Bye. Bye. I like the Ireland guy's hair too. I can relate. All right. That was a good one. I think in a weird way, that was kind of political stability. We haven't seen that one in a while, but I think that was a good meeting. They talked about a lot of things. We had the headlines, and remember, I was like, I don't know what they're saying during this because the reactions were very muted, but maybe that attitude is the reason why. But either way, that is over now. SPY is back up to the low end of CPI pre-market. Bonds are practically untouched, but still red from the AM. And now we are wrapping it up into the final 2.5 hours. So, that being said, baby, I hope you have had a good day. I wish there was better plays, but today wasn't the day. Maybe there'll be some in the next 2 hours, but unfortunately, we got to move to Philo now. So, if you would like to join Philo, you have to be a member. Otherwise, I will see you around Power Hour. And I hope you have a great day, and I hope you're already positioned. It's actually not that bad, but that is going to be the link. It'll take you there, and I appreciate you all. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you guys here in a little bit. So, peace.